the sacred dance. This dance is rooted in the sacred traditions at the Taman Sari Temple in Padang Sambian dan Pasar Bali. It is performed specifically during Piodalan ceremonies or other sacred rites at the temple, serving as an element of local ritual identity that is upheld and preserved by the community.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, and a very warm welcome to every single one of you joining us tonight from around the globe. Whether it's in the middle of the night or maybe in the break of dawn, wherever you are, thank you for making the time to be here with us.
Since we are broadcasting from Indonesia, I think we should teach everyone a couple of Indonesian greetings before we begin.
Well,
Ooh,
that's
I
a
think
great
that's a good
idea.
idea since a lot of us are coming from all teaching you guys a few phrases that I think we're going to be using throughout the conference as well. We're going to be saying the first one is good morning, which is selamat pagi in Indonesian. Maybe Graciel can help us break it down. How do we say it? Selamat pagi.
Well, surely, Trisha. Okay, let's break it down. It's selamat pagi. So, selamat pagi, everyone.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
All right, that's great. I think we've already tested it out with everyone. And then what other phrase do we have aside from selamat pagi?
Aisha.
Yes, there's one phrase that we have, which is welcome. Welcome is selamat datang. Selamat datang. Selamat datang.
All right.
Selamat datang.
Let's say it, everyone.
Selamat datang.
Selamat datang.
Selamat datang.
Hello.
All right. Perfect. And now I think from all of you watching from home, let's say it together. Selamat pagi and selamat datang. Ready? 3.
Ready.
1, 2, 3. Selamat
pagi
dan selamat datang.
Selamat datang. Okay. Oh. All right, everyone. Okay. It seems like my internet is a little bit excited too, so there might be a bit of internet issues here, but I think I'm back. All right. Okay, so before we go any further, I think it is wise for us to introduce ourselves. TAG, TAG, which stands for Trisha,
Aisha,
And Graciel, ready to run this conference as your 3 MCs. We are absolutely delighted to welcome you to AgoraCon 2026.
woo!
This year, we are celebrating something truly milestone-worthy. On August 21st, Agora Speaker International will mark its 10th anniversary, a full decade of building confident speaker, courageous leaders, and a global family of communicators.
Unfittingly, this is also the 7th anniversary of AgoraCon itself, a tradition that has traveled the world every year since 2019. Last year, the baton was carried by Romania, the United Kingdom, and Singapore. Tonight, with enormous pride, the baton passes to Drumroll, Indonesia.
Yay!
So, on behalf of Team Indonesia,
Selamat datang and
Selamat
welcome
Selamat datang.
to AgoraCon
Woo!
2026.
All right.
Woo!
Okay, guys. So before we dive in any further, I'd like to recognize the person whose vision started this all 10 years ago, and that is the co-founder and also founder of Agora Speakers International, Alexander Histrov. Alexander, thank you for your leadership, your belief in the power of speaking, and for building a community that now spans continents. We are glad to have you with us tonight.
And before we begin this incredible journey, we would also like to introduce a special member of our AgoraCon 2026 family, our mascot on the back here, which name is Chandra.
Chandra. Chandra is inspired by the cendrawasih, also known as the bird of paradise, one of Indonesia's most iconic birds. Known for its extraordinary beauty and uniqueness, the cendrawasih represents richness and Indonesia's natural heritage.
However, Chandra is more than just a symbol of beauty. Just like the Cendrawasih that spreads its wings across the skies, Chandra represents the spirit of Agora Speakers International, encouraging people from different backgrounds to find their voice, share their stories, and connect with the world.
Chandra reminds us that every voice is unique, every story carries meaning, and every speaker has the ability to inspire change. We hope Chandra will accompany us throughout AgoraCon 2026 as a symbol of creativity, confidence, and global connection. Hope you guys are excited because this conference will include inspiring keynote speakers, open speech evaluation, and 2 exciting speech contests and a beautiful taste of Indonesian culture.
For those who are new to Agora Speech Contest, the educational speech contest is designed to teach, explain, or share useful insights. Contestants challenge themselves to make ideas clear, meaningful, and impactful for their audience.
Now, the humorous speech contest, on the other hand, is the art of making people laugh. It's not simply about telling funny jokes or stand-up comedy, also about telling, observation, and delivery to create an entertaining and memorable speech.
We will also have a hot topic demonstration. Everyone is welcome to join us for this session later on.
Quick reminder about our house rules. Please keep your microphone muted whenever you're not speaking. This is an open conference, and we warmly welcome everyone joining us to keep this event safe, respectful, and running smoothly. Please use the chat thoughtfully, follow the instruction from the team, and avoid sharing destructive, unsafe, or inappropriate content.
All right, so let's settle in, get comfortable, and enjoy this celebration of speeches, community, and culture. This is AgoraCon
AgoraCon
2026.
2026.
Okay, before we begin with more festivities, it is now my honor to introduce the man who, 10 years ago, planted the seed that has grown into everything we celebrate tonight. Please welcome, for the opening address, the founder of Agora Speakers International, Alexander Histrov.
Terima kasih Aisyah, Trisha, Graciel, and the whole organization team. Selamat pagi Agorians, and selamat datang to our 10th anniversary convention. I hope I got that right, given I had a very reduced 10-minute training. Thank you, Trisha. So here we are. Yes, 10 years ago, I think it was on August 21st, 2016, a simple message was posted online. It was an invitation call to build something that well, many of us were thought was impossible. A world where public speaking, leadership, and critical thinking education would be available, accessible to everyone, everywhere, without, especially without financial barriers. And back then, the idea was met with a lot of skepticism. Let's put it that way. Things like you will fail, you'll get tired, you're wasting your time, you cannot fight with century-old organizations, you don't have the resources. These were actually some of the mildest and most polite and nicest feedback that we got back then. But I think 10 years later, we have our answer. We didn't build Agora based on high fees or closed doors. We built Agora based on passion, community, and the fundamental belief that everyone has a voice worth hearing. And when we started, we had to build everything from scratch, every manual, every online form, every bylaws page, every piece of software, because we were constantly under the crosshairs of people that thought we were an existential threat to them. And I remember the early pioneers that stepped forward when Agora was just a vision on, I would say on paper, but it was technically an electronic document. And people that like Michał, I hope I pronounced his name right, Michał Papis in Poland, Koka Prasad in India, Bang Peng, of course, in Singapore, Chris Callaghan in South Africa, Jorge Diaz in Portugal, Fred Jones in Canada. And those were some of the very, very early supporters. And together we made it through the initial growing pains, and we survived all the pushback and retaliation. At times it was hard. We did receive some interesting, let's put it that way, legal threats from people that perceived us as a threat, but we didn't back down. So we have faced challenge after challenge. And I remember when the whole world got locked down due to the COVID pandemic, we still move forward. We organized 24-hour global marathons. We made virtual tools available. We pivoted to a virtual meeting format. And essentially through every challenge, our community didn't just survive. We adapted, we evolved, we pushed forward, and we thrived. Because at the end of the day, Agora was never about a corporate structure or a business model or an agenda. It was all about people empowering other people. And over the past decade, Agora has become a global family. We have watched shy members walk into their first meeting, shaking with nervousness, only to stand up confident just a few months later, addressing crowds. We have seen our youth programs flourish, especially thanks to the contributions of people like Fred from Canada, giving our youngest members, some of them as young as 8 or 7 years old, the ability to let their message and their voice be heard with power. On equal footing, or sometimes even better than adults. We have seen clubs launch across continents and countries. And the best part is that we did all of this while remaining true to our core principles. Tolerance, because true growth only happens when we can create a safe space where members can speak freely without the fear of judgment. Equality, because every voice matters equally, regardless of background, status, financial ability, or their stage in the journey. Non-profit, because the skills to succeed in life should be available to everyone everywhere. Neutrality, because our clubs must remain open heavens, focused on mutual learning and free from ideological, religious, or political agendas. And finally, last but not least, intellectual honesty, because it requires courage and meaningful dialogue for us to seek truth, evaluate evidence, recognize where we might be mistaken, evolve, and change. When someone finds their voice in an Agora club, they don't just improve their career, they become a better listener, a sharper thinker, and a much more empathetic and compassionate neighbor. Overall, a force for change in their community. A decade is a milestone, but for Agora, it's only the foundation. And as we look forward in the next years, our world, I know that this will sound like a cliche, but we need more than ever, effective communication and critical thinking. And we can see now in real time unfolding before our own eyes how the lack of those skills corrodes the foundations of democracy, creates a fertile ground for conflict and violence. So now more than ever, we need to double down. We need spaces where people in cultures can meet, debate respectfully, and learn from each other. In this convention, we'll be announcing a multitude of changes and improvements throughout across the whole spectrum of our tools. From an improved, streamlined club registration and search to membership and officer management, group search, of course, a faster and more efficient educational award recognition, a brand new speech gallery for publishing your speeches and getting worldwide community feedback, a new made system to create and recognize those that help their clubs in Agora, automated coaches that evaluate your project and contest speech and can help you polish them until they are shining like gold. And finally, we'll finally be announcing our first advanced educational path, only one of the many that will follow in the next months. So those will be showcased in the way forward sections, both today and next Sunday. So make sure to stick with us till the end or you'll miss all the fun. And where others raise their fees constantly, we do all this and will remain true to ourselves, and Agora will continue to be free for all of its members, as it has always been, and as it always will be. But again, none of these features, none of all that stuff matters without the true basis for our foundation. And for that reason, to every club founder that has taken the step forward and sometimes at risk for themselves, to every club officers who set up the chairs or hostess on call, and to every participant, to every evaluator who gives warm and constructive feedback, to every member who took a leap of faith and gave their first icebreaker speech with us and has stuck with us and used us for their journey, and to every ambassador that has helped Agora grow, a huge, huge thank you, because you are the heartbeat of Agora Speakers International. And as I've always said throughout these years, Agora is us, we all build Agora. 10 years ago, Agora was just a dream, some kind of a blurry vision. And I say blurry because people think that there has been an overarching plan executed methodically, when far from that is the case. We struggled, I made lots of mistakes, we went back on our steps, things needed to be corrected, but that's the essence of progress, and that's part of the intellectual honesty that I mentioned before. The ability to recognize that you're wrong, that you need to pivot, that you need to change, that you need to evolve in order to better serve the members and the vision and the goal. So today, we've become a global movement. And this is, as the convention leitmotif is, this has been our decade of voices and the basis for our future of impact. Tomorrow, let us continue to open doors, amplify new voices, and build a world where everyone can speak, lead, inspire, and be a force for good in their community and their world at large. So Godspeed, fellow Agorans, as we move into our second decade. Prima Gazi.
Thank you, Alexander. What a moving way to open our 10th anniversary celebration.
And guess what, Alexander? You are not the only one with words for this occasion, of course. A few of our Agora ambassadors from all around the world would also like to say a few words of congratulations for this milestone.
First, please welcome Agora Ambassador for Canada and our Agora Youth Ambassador, Fred Jones.
Thank you very much. In 2019, I was privileged to join the first AgoraCon conference in Lisbon, Portugal, the only one which was face-to-face. There I met Alexander and a plethora of other Agorians. It was the very first convention. It was unbelievable. And what I saw, and I have seen ever since then, is we are working on our mission statement every day. And the mission statement of Agra is Agra empowers you to become a brilliant communicator and a confident leader who will actively build a better world. And this is the mission which I see on a daily basis in Agra, because the world needs us to help build a better world. So thank you to Alexander for giving us the gift of Agra speakers, and we can spread it around the world. Back to you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful comments, Fred. I think that it is very clear that many of the ambassadors are very inspired by what you have done here, Alexander. And I think we should open it up to the rest of the ambassadors here. I was thinking maybe Fred could step up for the game. Sorry, Fred. Oh, sorry, Fred. Your name is still in my head at the moment. Bet Peng. Oh, actually, hold on a second. We have another contender here, Mike. Would you like to
Yes,
give your comments as well?
he's raising
Of
his
course,
hand.
I'd love this opportunity to speak. It is fantastic to be here. I actually got involved in Agora before I knew what Agora was. Like 13 years ago, Alexander sent a memo around the world to some senior Toastmasters, and I was on that distribution list and was inspired. However, I was tied up with other things at the time, so I didn't actually start Agora in Indonesia myself. Ati Ringo did. And however, I've been involved in Agora, I think, for 9 years now. And it has literally taken over my life. It has made it so rich. And it has allowed me to spend the rest of my life on the beach. So it is a fantastic place to be. And Agora is, at the moment, the last time I looked at the Agora community in Indonesia, there were 1,054 members in it, not all active, but we are very heavily skewered to youth. We have a lot of youth, and we have a lot of youth from Derby School, one of the schools here. And I think there are 350 pupils in the school. 320 of them are Agorians and meet every Friday night at 7:30, and we spend about half an hour together, and then they break into 12 breakout rooms. So it's really like having 12 clubs in the one school. I think we need to do something about that in the future. But it is really fantastic what's going on here. And it is amazing how things are developing. And I think anybody that is interested in getting involved with Agora in their location, just ask. I run a meeting for the first time since COVID started, face to face, on Monday last, which was our National Day. And as a result of that meeting alone, 6 new clubs are probably going to start. 1 adult, 1 youth in different locations. And I've had more clubs coming forward saying, Mike, please, can we? So just advertising it. And I think Indonesia is now getting a bit dangerous for me. It's too big. I can't control it. Yeah, I don't have many days. There are no days when I don't do Agora. And I mean, some days like Friday, Saturday, I go to 5 Agora meetings somewhere in the world. Absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So anyway, thank you all for being here. It's a great pleasure to see so many people here. I think we're about to go through the ceiling. We have 291 attendees at the moment, which is fantastic news. And I hand you back to our MCs.
All right, thank you very much, Mike, for the warm. And then, would any other ambassador would like to step up and give some words for Agora 10th anniversary?
Any words are welcome.
Yes, anyone? We open the
Maybe
floor.
the ambassador of
It
Oh,
seems
here
like
is the man himself.
yeah.
All the way from Singapore.
Selamat siang, selamat sore, my friends in Indonesia, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all the friends from all over the world. We are here today to help each other. Yeah, Agora is a community of friends helping friends. We want to be better communicators. We want to be better leaders. We want to have more friends, better friends. We want to be able to use our communication skills and leadership skills to make advancement in our career, in our business. So Agora is very special to me in that we help each other. We listen to each other, we train together, and we are not chasing after titles, accolades, certificates, pins, and all kinds of gratification. And I'm very proud to say, especially for my members in Singapore, that we are making really very good progress. We are really having many better friends. We are really having a lot of fun together while we learn. And I hope it's happening all over the world, in Indonesia, in South Africa, in Romania, in Canada, and everywhere else. Congratulations. We must thank again a very big thank you to Alexander Christoph. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Ben Peng. Okay, what do we have next on the agenda after this? It looks like we have some very exciting items that's going to be happening for tonight's conference.
Of course, Trisha. After looking back on 10 wonderful years by our ambassadors, it is only right that we look ahead. Please welcome back Alexander Histroff as he shares his vision for Agora, the way forward.
I think Rajendra, sorry for breaking your flow. Probably he wants to share a few words as ambassador from Indonesia before I step in.
Anybody else?
No, Ethiopia, my bad.
Yes,
We
I
have
am from
Rajendra.
I am from Ethiopia. I am the ambassador for Ethiopia. The same thing happened with me 1917, I think. No, 2017. I got a message on LinkedIn, and first I thought it's like a scam. So I kept quiet. Then again, I received another message, and then I let me answer it, and then we started Agora here that way. So almost 8 or 9 years we have been here, but I know there are ups and downs in Ethiopia. Government changes, rules change, so it was quite difficult, but still we managed. And we have now one club in Addis Ababa, and that's going very fine. And I think we are growing very fast now, and we have created some new system like voting and like putting on the telegram the word of the day and then challenges, puzzles. So we are growing very fast, and I'm happy that I left Toastmaster and joined. Actually, I was Toastmaster, but then I decided to fully dedicate to Agora, and then and I think Agora, as I say, online, especially when we were online during COVID time, I met all Romanian and so many other countries, and they are like now like my friends. And I feel that if I go to those countries, I will be like having nothing new for me. Everyone will be waiting and everyone is ready to receive. So it's a big community. It is for communication, for interaction, for international relationship. I think people think that Agora is free, so it is not that much important. Sometimes free things are not taken very seriously, but now people have realized that it is free because we want to really serve the community in a better way. So now I think we are growing, and I hope after this convention, I am sure that we will keep on growing. And I wish all the best for the convention, for the participants, for the judges, for all those people, or Mike especially, those who have taken a special interest to create this convention. And I hope in future, during coming years, I am also planning to have in Ethiopia one of the convention. I am preparing my members to do it. So all the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rajendra, for the kind words for our 10th anniversary. So let's welcome Alexander Histro for Agora, the way forward. Time is yours.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I want to showcase rather than speak for change some of the changes that are coming. I'll try to split them between this session and the one next Sunday. So let me see if I'm allowed to share my screen. Okay, apparently I am. Perfect. So I'll go in order of some of the most interesting changes for this session. And again, some of them will remain for the next one. First of all, there's going to be a much more, of course, I need to log in. That's, I guess, an experience that everyone has suffered, going somewhere and discovering that you're not logged in. A much more streamlined personal profile information page where you can indicate all your preferences, all your controls, all your interest in Agora so that we can serve you better, and especially some issue that we have been having repeatedly, the lack of contact information towards our club members. Now everything is much more set up. When you log in, if something is missing, you will be greeted by a screen asking you to complete it. But just if for whatever reason you cannot do that at that time, you can always navigate away. So it's not like this having missing data blocks you in any way from operating the site. So you can fill it in whenever you're comfortable. Now, one of the core problems has been for a very long time, the slowness of the registration process, that it was basically purely manual. So that will stop being the case anymore. People would be able to register their club on one go and get a registration number immediately. So for example, I started here registration. One of the things that will be a feature of the system is that you don't need to complete the registration in one go. You can save it, go, because it is a lengthy process. You can come back to it later whenever you have the data, etc., etc. So I have something pre-filled with all the information that's necessary for the actual submission. But you have here all the steps that used to be asked before in all sorts of various formats, like what type of club, your name, etc., etc. It generates the logos automatically. Okay, maybe I'm not happy with this name. Let's say I was thinking new club, and then I can regenerate the logo instantly. Of course, this is because every club does need to have a logo, so we create always one based on the name. But after you're registered, you can just set up a new logo completely, totally unrelated to the default generation. You can indicate all the contact information of the founder, the rules in terms of whether there are restrictions for speech content, whether there are any fees, restrictions for membership, restrictions for guests. You can define your meeting frequency, when you meet, so that we can provide that information to members, in which languages the meetings are, in which time zone. The address of the club is going to be super important for being able to mail physical stuff to them, like certificates or prizes given the situation. And then, of course, we have the founding members. I've put here myself 10 times with 10 different emails, but essentially this would have to be already registered members on the site. And the club officers, as always, there is only 4 of them are required at the beginning. A 5th one, maybe if the club wants to charge any fees, that would be the treasurer. Then finally, a definition of how much you want to charge your members. As always, Agora remains free of charges, the foundation itself, but clubs can decide to charge their members a fee for as long as the financial rules are met for sustaining the operation of the club. And here you can specify, like, well, I hope not every week, but maybe once a month, you charge how much, in what currency, etc., etc. Okay, let me go back to Never. And yeah, once I'm ready, I can actually submit the registration. And the good thing is that you get the club number immediately and you're registered. There's no waiting, there's no beating around the bush, there's no manual approval. So, okay, so I got chartered, I got my club number already. And a new feature is the club search that has been in the making for quite a long time, longer than I would have wanted. So you can search for a number of clubs by a lot of different criteria. For example, I want clubs that meet for whatever reason on Sundays or Mondays because I know those are the days that are convenient for me. So, okay, so you get those here. Clubs that are closer to a particular location or clubs that meet online or, for example, clubs that speak in Spanish. Okay, oops. Let's try to hit the box. Okay, so here they are. And of course, a club can hold meetings in more than one language, in which case it will appear like that there. Or you can limit, like, show me the 3 clubs, or show me only the youth clubs. I don't know if there are any matching all these criteria. Probably not. Okay, yeah, well, there is one with all this. One problem that we will be facing once this is deployed is that, unfortunately, since clubs didn't have a way to manage this information, quite a few of it will be stale. So I apologize for that in advance until clubs take their time to actually record their updated information. But going back to where we were, let's find, was it, no, sorry, not yet there. It was 233. I forgot what I indicated here in the meeting days. Let's find it. Okay, so here is the club that I just registered. And I can go inside and see all the information about that club. And now another new aspect is club roster management or membership management. Up until now, we didn't have, and clubs didn't have a tool to track their members, which is quite a basic functionality. Well, now there is going to be one. So let me, for example, log out, because obviously I cannot join a club that I just registered as a member. But let me log out and log in as someone else. I created this test user. Okay, what I mentioned, there is some profile information is missing. That's fine. That doesn't stop me from operating the site. Let me find again the club that was just registered. Here it is. And one of the things that I can do is request to join the club. As always, membership in the clubs is by invitation or by approval by the VP of membership, and that gets sent as a request. And there will be all sorts of requests like that. One of the things that you will be able to see is, for example, your requests. What are the requests that you've sent? So there is a special area where you can see what are the things that you've sent to different clubs. It will be not only a request for joining a club, it could be a request for getting awarded an educational certificate if you complete the program, a request for getting a mentor or asking someone to be a mentor, etc. And of course, if you change your mind, you can always withdraw your request. No big deal. So let me log out as this guy and log in back in as Alexander. And well, I have here a lot more requests for testing. How will that look from the perspective of the club manager? Well, obviously someone can have an officer role in more than one club, so they will all appear up here in the management console, let's put it that way. I have 2 clubs, the original Agora Speakers Madrid and this one that we just registered. And then in membership management, we'll be able to see the people that are requesting to join the club, the officers, the members of the club, etc. And from here, I can, again, as a VP or VP of as a president or VP of membership, I can either approve or decline the request. And that would, if I approve, for example, I usually want to approve. Yes, I want to approve. Okay, so this person becomes automatically a member in the club. And I think one final thing that I wanted to showcase is that one of those mistakes that I mentioned during the introduction was trying to set up a lot of different systems, trying to approach this in a lot of different ways. Now this has been all consolidated into a single application that is much faster to evolve and to change and much faster to operate. Gone is the original sign-on, single sign-on system that caused problems for a few of you. And now the last piece is integrating all the award information that becomes part of the current application. So all your awards are going to be listed. The aspect doesn't change, but it's all now integrated. So these are the ones that you've been granted with the years you've been granted, and then the others are that the achievements that you have still pending to unlock. So hopefully you'll get those in the future. And now, of course, if you click on any of the years where you were awarded a specific certificate, qualified speaker, for example, whatever, you go back to the original certificate screen where you can see your badge, your certificate, and the previous QR code for a higher resolution certificate. And you can always click here and get that higher resolution certificate. So I don't want to abuse overstay my welcome. I think that's all I wanted to show for this particular first day. I hope you enjoyed it. A lot more is coming. I hope you join us as well on next Sunday for a second session showcasing the other functionality that I mentioned, the speech gallery, the advanced educational path, etc. Spam Magazine, Master of Ceremonies.
Okay, thank you, Alexander, for that inspiring look towards the future. One of the true hallmarks of Agora is our commitment to helping speakers grow. And there's no better way to see that than through evaluation. In this segment, we will watch 2 recorded speeches, and our live ambassadors will evaluate them for us. First, 3 outstanding evaluators from across our global community. Before we continue, I want to announce that there will be a hot topic session. You guys will get the chance to answer a question and talk about food, which is the theme of the hot topic session. And we will be listening a speech from Dr. Yong Yue Kwan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to think about the time you received the most important phone call of your life. For me, that call came 10 years ago. I was working in the emergency department and my wife called me. She said these 5 words: "My water broke, come back." Now, most husbands would drop everything and rush homes. But you see, my wife and I both are doctors. So my medical brain took over. Dear, this is our first baby. And on average, first baby labors take about 16 hours. So sit back, chill, and I'll finish my work first. And I hung up. Not my finest moment as a husband. So about 40 minutes later, the phone rang again. And this time, there were no words. Just panic sobbing from the other side. And I could hear the fear in her breathing. This time, I truly dropped everything, drove my car way over the speed limit to reach my wife. As I opened the bedroom door, I saw her curled up in bed, crying, shaking, and in severe pain. I felt so guilty. I went up to her, I held her, and something strange happened. The labor contractions were there, strong as ever, but her body softened, her breathing slowed, and her pain levels dropped. She could get up and walk. Why? Because her system felt safer. And it gets more interesting. A few minutes later, just as we were about to leave for the hospital, she said, "I need to bear down." And I checked. Ooh, baby's hair. So I told my wife, there are 2 options, dear. 1, we give birth in the car, and 2, we give birth at home. Guess which we picked? Well, we attempt an unplanned home birth without entonals, without painkillers, without epidural. Now back in the bedroom, as my wife knew that she was supported and safe, she became a completely new person. It was like a switch just flipped. She took charge and started barking instructions. Protect the perineum properly, she told me. If there are any tests, you'll be responsible, she told me. Well, I got my old wife back. You might like to know that my son was born safely 40 minutes later. Now, that night, it stayed with me. Because one, I was a proud father who delivered his own baby boy, and two, it showed me something that I will see again and again in my patients and in my clients. Now, pain is real, but pain is not shaped only by tissue damage. Pain is also shaped by fear, past memories, the state of our nervous system. There is a science that studies this. It has a long name, psycho-neuro-immunology, but the idea is simple. What your mind experiences, your body prepares for. Your body is listening to your thoughts and your emotions. It listens to whether you feel safe or under threat. And the threat can be real or imagined. We all know this, even if we have never heard of psychoneuroimmunology. I'd like you to think about the horror movie you've seen. There you are, seated safely in the cinema. No one is chasing you. No one is about to attack you. But suddenly, as the monsters appear, you stop breathing, your palms start sweating, and you feel your heart thumping against your chest. You realize that your body does not only respond to reality, it responds to perceived experience as well. That is why a thought can change your heart rate in an instant. It's also why emotions can give rise to medical conditions. Some doctors dismiss patients by saying it's all in your head. I see the mind, the emotions, and the body as an integrated system. That's true biology. In patients with severe debilitating chronic pain, the strongest painkillers fail. CRPS, chronic regional pain syndrome, the pain is so bad, patients take their own lives. That's why it's called the suicide disease. And in these patients, what I'm going to tell you next has helped them tremendously. Now, imagine your house has a break-in yesterday, and tonight you hear a soft creak near the window. Before the break-in, you might have ignored it, but after the break-in, the sound is the same, but your system responds differently. The signal may be small, but because of the perceived threat, the nervous system has turned the volume up. Think of pain as an alarm system. It tells you what's wrong. A healthy fire alarm rings when there is a fire, but a sensitized alarm rings even when you are toasting bread in the kitchen. And in chronic pain, sometimes the injury has healed, but the alarm remains on. This does not mean the pain is imaginary. It merely means that the nervous system has become protective, too protective. And when my patient's nervous system feels under threat, the pain gets louder. Stress turns the volume up. Lack of sleep turns the volume up. Anxiety dials up the pain. In such patients, you may wonder what makes the nervous system too protective. It's past trauma, adverse childhood events, major emotional episodes the nervous system hasn't fully processed. Now, what calms the nervous system down? A sense of safety, a calm, reassuring presence. That's what happened with my wife when we delivered our baby. I could not have stopped the contractions, but my presence reduced the fear. And when fear reduced, pain subsided. Now, I want you to know two things. One, pain keeps us safe. And two, acute stress helps us perform better. The problem is, we are facing long-term stresses, deadlines, financial pressures, relationship tension. And when we live under constant stress, it shows up in the body as pain, indigestion, insomnia, you name it. And sometimes our immune system crashes. You might have experienced this. After a period of intense pressure, you break out in pimples. Some get mouth ulcers. Some others get cold sores around the mouth. And worse, some get the painful and unsightly condition called shingles. or reactivated chickenpox. Thankfully, the body doesn't give you full-blown problems suddenly. The body whispers first, then it speaks, then it shouts. By the time it shouts, we call it disease. Now I want to be clear. To say emotions can cause illness can be too simplistic. As a doctor, I know the body is complex. Genes matter, nutrition matter, exercise matters, and I take care of that. But as a healer, an acupuncturist, and a hypnotherapist, I know our internal states matter, perhaps even more. For far too long, we have separated the body and the mind. It's as if the heartache that we are feeling has nothing to do with the body that is carrying it. I found the body is not a machine with separate parts. The body is intelligent and is always communicating with every part of you. Let me leave you with a message of hope. If the body can learn to perceive threat, it can relearn safety. When stress, fear, and anxiety turns the volume up, breathing, somatic movement, and calming the mind downs the volume down. When the system feels safe, safe enough to sleep, safe enough to digest, safe enough to feel, to process the emotion, it becomes safe enough to heal. Medicine should not be about suppressing symptoms. Medicine should be about helping the body heal itself. So the next time when a difficult symptom of chronic pain recurs, instead of immediately popping a painkiller, try asking, what is my body trying to tell me? Remember, our body is constantly listening to our thoughts, and it's speaking to us too. And we learn to truly listen. Health becomes easy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yong Yu Kwan, for the speech. Next up, in the educational category from Agora Digital Oratory Club, Romania, please welcome Bianca Spiridon.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I start?
Yes, of course.
How often do you check a price tag and still end up paying more? And how often do you check people and still end up being misunderstood? The fastest way to make someone quiet is to make them feel unreasonable. Not wrong, not loud, unreasonable. Because once a reaction is labeled that way, it's like issuing a social return denied. No receipt needed, no explanation required. Case I know this very well because last week I had a share over a price tag and suddenly I wasn't a customer anymore. I wasn't someone pointing out a mismatch. I was that difficult person. No refund, no apology, just rebranded. But let me explain something. I believe this idea is wrong for two reasons. First, strong reactions are not a flaw, they are awareness. If I see a product labeled one price and I'm charged another and I say nothing, am I mature or did I just accept a bad deal because it came with a polite smile? Because apparently, in today's system, you can ask for basic niceness and still be charged extra in rudeness. No refund for your time and definitely no refund for your self-esteem. When you react, it means you noticed something, you paid attention, you decided it mattered. But we've created strange policy in society. The quieter you are, the smoother the transaction. Stay polite, stay calm, don't make a scene, don't slow down the line. But silence is not always maturity. Sometimes it's just avoiding the complaint desk. Because if no one ever questions the price, whether in a store or in life, nothing will ever change. So when someone says you're overreacting, what they often mean is you're making this inconvenient for me. Second, reacting differently is a form of creativity. Most people shop the same way they live. They follow the eyes, they take what's given, they trust the label, even when it's wrong. They don't ask questions, they don't request a return, they just check out. But creativity is not just in what you buy, it's in how you respond. It's in pausing at the register of a moment and saying, wait, this doesn't add up. That moment when you don't act automatically, that's creativity. I understood this even more after something small. I was rushing to a store one day and I slipped. Not slightly, I fell. Someone held me up, and for a moment it felt like kindness, a rare, genuine exchange. No transaction, no hidden fee. Later, I found out they had posted it online, turned it into content, packaged it, shared it. And what saved me wasn't the fall. It was how quickly a human moment became a public product. Apparently, even embarrassment can be resolved if it gets enough views. So no, reacting to that wasn't too much. It was honest, because pretending it didn't matter would have been the real performance. Truth is, people prefer customers who don't complain, people who don't ask questions, people who don't react, because they're easier to handle, faster to move along, less likely to ask for a refund. So no, I'm not overreacting. I'm refusing to accept every interaction as a final sale. I'm choosing to respond instead of quietly checking out. And in a world full of people trying to stay within the lines, maybe being too much just means you refuse to be scanned, labeled, and begged without question. Because being less expressive doesn't make you better. Sometimes it just makes you easier to ignore. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Next, taking on the storytelling category, all the way from Agora, Colombia in South America, please welcome Tomasa Monreal.
Well, Aisha, I don't really think that Tomasa is here. Can anyone help us check? Is he here?
I feel like... Wait, let me check. I feel like he isn't here, so...
So I think we need to move on to the evaluation part. So it's open evaluation time. So any one of you who wish to evaluate, please raise your hand.
Yes, the open floor to anyone.
Oh, wait. I got an info.
Oh, yes. There's one.
Yes. We are going to move on to Theodora Adams from Agora Digital Oratory Club in Romania with the title Why Here?
Ravindran raised his hand.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any
Maybe he
more
wants to speak.
evaluations. It didn't download, but Ravindra is there, so let him do the first evaluation. And then I will do the second evaluation on Bianca.
All right, I'm game for the
All right.
evaluation, if the time is right now.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody, fellow Agorians. My name is Ravindran Subramaniam, may be addressed as Ravin. Thank you to Mike for the honor and privilege for inviting me to evaluate one of the speakers, which is Dr. Yong Kwan Yew. Dr. Yong Kwan Yew this evening gave a speech, an educational speech with the title, Your Body is Listening. Of course, there's so many things going on in his favor, one of which in particular stands out very clearly is his pace and timing. He came on very calmly on a rather complicated subject, which in my opinion, he made it very simple and easy for us laymen to understand. Besides that, his tone was very soft and easy to hear, non-threatening, and there was an adequate amount of vocal variety. He mixed storytelling to drive home his educational message. He talked about his own personal story
about how he, being a doctor with his wife, delivered their own son. And he kept us engaged. Like, for example, when he opened up the first few lines, he said, well, we had two choices, whether to deliver the baby in the car or at home. So that automatically take our mind to the story and wondering what next. So he sort of kept us glued to his story. Then later on, he even introduced the word imagine. Again, another form of engaging the audience and keeping them together with what he had to share. I initially thought it's about childbirth, but towards the second, third, and thereafter, it was about pain and pain management. And he talked about a little complicated subject known as psychoneuroimmunology. But I like it that he mentioned it twice. And the reason he did that is so that it sinks in. Long word, but he explained that it's a scientific study of the mind, the nervous system, the endocrine system, the immune system, how all these interact. Now, these are fairly heavy things for the layman, but I like that he broke it down. The other thing I loved is his body language. It was just nice. It all was very contextual because sometimes you listen to some speeches, people are quite dramatic in their body language. But here, because it's an educational speech, there was no necessity for all that entertainment in the form of drama. It was more enlightening. So I love that. All in all, I enjoyed his speech. I learned a lot about pain management. I think it couldn't have been done any better. Thank you very much, Dr. Yong Kwan Yu. I look forward to more from you. Thank you, and back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Referendum from Malaysia. Let's move on to our ambassador of Indonesia, Mike, to give the evaluation.
Thank you, Gracielle. Well, Bianca, what a fantastic speech. You came out so fresh. It was really, really good. I know you're Romanian, but your English is perfect. You are so good. And this is an early start in your career. Keep it up. I liked the way you were quite relaxed delivering your speech. And that's important. I think people can get so keyed up. They're so tense when they're delivering a speech that their body language, their vocal variety really goes out of control. But you did it very well. Your delivery pace was very, very good. Easy to follow you. Good message. Yeah, there are lots to see there. So plot, ABC, opening, body, conclusion was there. That was good. The conclusion could have been a little bit longer, but it was adequate. So that was fine. And things for improvement. There is always room for improvement. Doesn't matter how much you speak. There's always something you can do better. Things for improvement could have been stand up. Yeah, when we sit down, we're a little bit more relaxed, and that reduces the body language, really reduces the vocal variety. So maybe a little bit more body language, a little bit more movement was good. Eye contact was okay. To be honest, I wasn't really looking at body language, but I think it was fine. So that was a good sign. The audience you're talking to always do like to be connected with you. So when you're doing Zoom deliveries of speeches, look out the camera, find out where the camera is. You need to have that eye contact with the audience. You don't have to look at the audience in reality, but at least they think you are. And when you have a larger group, I mean, here we have over 325 people. Wow. what a audience you've got. A good technique for doing eye contact with a group in front of you is use Zorro. Remember Zorro? He has a sword and he cuts through the air with the letter Z. And you can do the same when you're looking at the audience in front of you in a hall. Cross the back, diagonally through the middle, cross the front. With Zoom, it's obviously very different. And since COVID in Indonesia, we've done mostly Zoom meetings. It's much more convenient, much more time efficient. So with that, you don't get the same speaker to audience connection, but the audience certainly can see you. You are very fixed there in front of them. So keep going, Bianca. That was really good. You should be proud of your performance. And I'm sure we will see each other in Romania in the not too distant future. Thank you much.
All right, thank you very much, Mike, for the amazing evaluation. This is a masterclass in evaluation. Thank you very much for our speakers and evaluator for tonight.
Yes.
I think it's time.
Now get ready to think on your feet because it is time for one of the most exciting formats in public speaking, Hot Topics. This is your chance to take part. Brian will be inviting members of the public to come and speak, with the maximum of 2 minutes per speaker. There will be 3 timers for you to choose from, which are green, 1 minute, yellow, 1 minute and 30 seconds, and red, 2 minutes. Brian will explain the full rules before we begin. Please welcome our Hot Topic Master from Agora Club A1 in Newcastle upon sign, Brian Denton.
Fellow Agorians and most welcome guests, welcome to Hot Topics. In my opinion, the best part of any Agora meeting. Now, when I'm Hot Topics Master at my local club in Newcastle upon Tyne, A1 Speakers, and in fact behind me you can see the world famous Tyne Bridge, I like to have a general theme running through the questions. And tonight will be absolutely no exception. In fact, today, wherever you are in the world, whatever time zone it is, it's going to be no exception. And the theme that I've chosen is a one that I'm sure most people will know a lot about, and that is food. We all know about food. We all love food. Now, as you've been told, we're going to ask for volunteers for this section. So if you want to volunteer, you must raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, and one of our wonderful MCs will find you and they'll select you. As you've also been told, this section has time limits, as we have with all our speaking in Agora. And the first time limit is 1 minute. You should try to speak for 1 minute. Then there's another time limit at 1 minute 30 seconds. That's when the yellow background will be shown. And then finally, 2 minutes. Do not speak for more than 2 minutes. If you do, you will be disqualified. With all that being said, let's get on to the questions. And so the first question I have is going to go to, I believe, one of our fellow members here in the UK. And the question is simply, if you could have a meal anywhere in the world, where would it be?
Well, Brian, I think Les have something to say because his hand is raised.
Okay, can you spotlight Les, please?
All right.
Okay, Les, if you could have a meal anywhere in the world, where would it be?
Brian, this question gives me a lot of trouble
because I'm on one of these weight loss trips and I've already lost half my body weight. So having a meal anywhere high would be absolutely superb. These steaks very effective. I think I'm a little overweight now. You should have seen this before it started. So having those pieces would be right for me. I could set up for anywhere. I don't need to be in an exotic location overlooking the sea or New York in a skyscraper. Absolutely anything in a street vendor's carriage would be absolutely fine. So yeah, I would love a meal. Don't care where, but anything, honestly. I just miss food so much because I eat so much. And feels a lot better being half the weight you weigh. And I've got a bit to go, and no doubt I'll get there. So thank you.
Thank you, Les. And hopefully everybody could hear Les there. I found the sound a little bit muffled, but maybe if somebody else is speaking from where you're speaking, Les, if you could get them to come closer to the microphone, maybe. Okay, so on to our next question. And the next question, relating to food again, is, if you could have a meal with any historical figure, who would it be? And most importantly, where would you take them to eat? Can we select another participant, please?
Well, that's very awkward. I don't really see anyone raising their hands.
Yes.
Anybody can take part. It's an open floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ravindra.
Everyone is responding. I could come in first. Ravindran Subramaniam from Malaysia again.
Okay,
Now,
I'll repeat the question.
If I could have a meal with some historical figure, I would, without a shadow of a doubt, choose a leader whom I admire most, partly because it's not too far from where I reside. I reside in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and the historical figure or leader I like to take for lunch or even dinner is the late Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And I'll tell you why. He is one leader who has really got things in the palm of his hands for developing Singapore from a squalid swamp to a giant metropolis of what it is today, single-handedly, sort of to say. And the part of it is that island state had no resources other than people. Yet he mapped it out so intelligently
The other way.
to great prosperity. So yes, I'll take him out for lunch or dinner, but I'll give him the choice to choose where he wants. He is my guest. I'm the host. And lo and behold, looking at me being an Indian, you know what his response is going to be? I like Indian food. That gives away how adept he is. So there we are. We'll go for some very good Indian restaurant, have biryani rice, or whatever, and enjoy the great conversation where I learn a thing or two about leadership. Thank you, and back to you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindra. On to our next question. We all have favorite comfort foods. Foods that make us feel warm and happy. Tell us about your favorite comfort food. Can we have another volunteer, please?
Well, guys, let's volunteer and raise your virtual hands. We're gonna have so much fun in this.
You can talk anything about food.
Because
Looks like there's
Oh,
Peter.
hello, Mr. Peter. I guess the time is yours.
Can you unmute yourself, Peter, please?
Oh.
Okay, Peter, off you go.
You're going to have to repeat the question because we're having some technical difficulties here.
No problem, Peter. We all have favorite comfort foods. Foods that make us feel warm and happy. Tell us
Right.
about your
Sorry, Brian,
comfort.
start again, will you please?
We all have favorite comfort foods. Foods that make us feel warm and happy. Tell us about your favorite comfort food.
My favorite comfort food, right. I come from a large family. We've got 3 children. We've got 8 grandchildren. And to keep us all together, what we've decided to do, and it's been carried on for about 2 years now, is on the last Sunday of the month, what we do is we get a takeaway. Now, in England, takeaways are either Chinese takeaway, Indian takeaway, or Italian pizzas. And some of us like an Italian pizza better than a Chinese takeaway or the Indian takeaway. I'm quite happy with everything. As you can see from my size here, I have obviously been eating quite a bit in the past, but I always joke on at my children and wonder what it must be like in different countries. The English cuisine just hasn't really traveled that far, has it? You know, in your countries, is there English takeaways doing fish and chips, places like that? And I always talk about my friend Antonio, who is in Italy, and he sits down on the last Sunday of the month and he speaks to his family and he says, "Hello there, everybody. Tonight we are going to have the fish and the chips. We're going to fry the fish and we're going to put the potatoes in the hot fat. That is proper English food." I don't know, you tell me. Would that work in your country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Funny as ever. And that brings us on to our next question. And our next question is quite a simple one, really. Tell us about a particularly memorable meal and what it meant to you. Let's have another volunteer, please. Somebody out there must want to speak.
Well, I see some excited souls. Just raise your virtual hand, guys. Oh, we have a volunteer.
Where is she?
Oh, unmute.
Can you raise your hand again, please?
Yes, anyone?
Hetta, go for it, Hetta.
Hey.
Oh, there's... Wait, let me spotlight you.
There's a hand up there. Al Chan?
Okay.
Hi, going.
Okay, tell me about your most memorable meal.
It was years back while I was still working in PJ, Petaling Jaya in Selangor, Malaysia. So I went to one of the African restaurants called Out of Africa. So I was just trying out one of the meal. They showed elephant steak. So I was just wondering, is it really elephant? Oh, it's just like a rib eye steak eventually. It's not really elephant, but in the menu it says elephant. So I was so surprised why they put an elephant. So I just out of curiosity, I just ordered the food and tried it. But it's only as a rib eye steak, to my amusement. So I was wondering whether I was allowed to eat elephant because it's a sacred animal. So and how they get it imported into Malaysia for the elephant meat and the steak as it is. So eventually, yeah, sometimes you think it's a delicious meal, but not really that fancy food. It's just always the labeling of the name of the food that's actually created the curiosity in us to try out the meal particularly. I was also in Australia trying out one of the meal. They call it crocodile meat. I was in Cairns, the Great Barrier Reef that time. But that was really crocodile meat. So because there are hunters in Australia, that's why they have the crocodile Dundee over there. So and the crocodile meat just tastes like chicken, and it's but it's harder and tougher meat. It's not really the chicken, the really chicken. So, but it's quite warm, when I eat it, my body heats up and all that. So eventually, I think it's good for winter, especially. But in Cairns, in Queensland, it's always a tropical weather over there, and not so too cold as well. So, but it's always a lifetime to always to try out some exotic meal. Whenever I go to some places, some new places to explore. And back to you, Toastmasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. So that brings us on to our next question. Tell us about your first childhood memory relating to food. And can we have a hands up, please, for a volunteer? Come on, everybody.
Our operator volunteer.
Ah, fantastic.
We love food, I see.
All right.
Hello, Mr. O'Brien. Your question was, what is a memory from my childhood that is related with food? So let's have a little flashback here. Back when I was, let's see, I think 5 or 6 years old, I used to have porridge with cheese. Back then, my grandma would serve the hot porridge in a bowl or a plate, and she'd grate, usually cheddar cheese, and that is it. Nothing, no meat, no vegetables, just plain porridge with cheese. And even though that's simple, it's a food that I enjoyed and loved to eat back then. And I think that's a very important core memory for me.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've possibly got time for one more question. And so the final question is, where is your favorite place to eat and what makes it so special? Can we have one final volunteer, please?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, anyone can
Hello?
respond.
Yes, surely. And please
your
raise
hand,
your hand
please.
so we can spotlight you.
Yeah. I would like to respond to the last question from Brian. It was my memorable stay in the UK, that is in Cardiff. Why I said this is memorable, because I've been staying there for about 5 to 6 years, and I have a chance to have a son. My son was born in Cardiff, so I give him the name of Ardiffian. Yeah. So in our life, our family, it always remembers Cardiff, because I always call my Ardif every day as Ardif. So that's remembering us of being in Cardiff, Wales of the UK. So I really like to return to Cardiff anytime, but I have one chance in 1997. So I able to visit Cardiff, and I still have another memorable time with friends, Indonesian who stay in the Cardiff, and we always being like brothers and families in Cardiff. So I enjoy to be in Cardiff with my families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that brings to an end our hot question or topics section today. I'd just like to say thank you for all the participants, and thank you for everybody for letting me do this. It's made a real difference from doing it in front of our local club. It's definitely different doing it in front of so many people and on Zoom as well. So thank you very much. And if I could now pass back to our wonderful MCs. Thank you.
Wait a moment, yeah.
All right, I'm going to take over for now. Thank you very much, Brian, and that was amazing session. And I guess this is the moment many of us has been waiting for.
Which is educational speech contest. So Ban Peng is going to open it.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank
Yeah.
you, Grasil. Thank you, everyone. I'm Ban Peng, the the contest chair. I am the Chief Compliance Officer. I make sure that we comply with the contest rules. The appointment holders have been briefed. The timers have been briefed. The judges have
Itu
been...
25.000 Bang.
And I've appointed Chan Hui Ju to MC the educational speech contest. I'll leave the details to Hui Ju. Can you please welcome the MC for the AgoraCon 2026 educational speech contest, Chan Hui Ju.
Thank you very much,
Wait,
contest chair.
not you. Where are you? Okay.
Thank
Take
you
it
very
away.
much, contest chair, Mr. Ban Peng. The founder and president of Agora Speakers International, Mr. Alexander Christoph, Agora ambassadors, members, contestants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Welcome to the Agora Educational Speech Contest 2026. I am Hui Ju from Singapore, your MC. The Educational Speech Contest has the goal of finding excellent science communicators who can enlighten, inspire, and teach people. Educational speeches should be purely informational and present the current state of the peer-reviewed science. Each contestant has a maximum duration of 10 minutes to make their presentation. The timekeeper will indicate the time taken by the contestant. Do we have the timekeepers? Yes. So these timekeepers, they will flash the green screen at 8 minutes. Okay, thank you. Yellow screen at 9 minutes. Red screen at 10 minutes. Thank you. When the red screen is flashed, the contestant has 30 seconds to end his presentation. After each contestant, thank you very much, timekeepers. After each contestant has completed his presentation, we shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. After the last contestant has completed his presentation, We shall have 2 minutes for the judges to mark their ballots and rank the speeches, and rank the speakers. Contestants, are you ready? Judges, are you ready?
Ready.
Thank you. The rest of you, are you ready? Thank you
Ready.
for all the thumbs up.
Ready.
Thank you.
Oh,
Ready.
Contest begins. Agora Educational Speech Contest 2020.
Ready.
Thank you. So we have 5 contestants. Can you raise your hands for the production team to find you at this point of time? We should have 5 contestants. Are they all here?
No.
Okay, thank you. The order of the contestants' names have been drawn randomly, and I will call one at a time. All right? We shall begin. Contestant number 1. Huluba Sophia Maria. Are you there to be spotlighted? Production team, please spotlight.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Okay, so I can see you. I would like to check your sound. Can you repeat after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Right, excellent. Do you have anything to share screen with us?
No.
Thank you. So can you remember to pin the timekeeper?
Okay.
Okay.
Ikut ayam.
Got it? You pin the timekeeper?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I check with you? Your title is Why Are Mystics Important in Education?
No.
Okay.
It's not
Please
my
give me
title.
your title.
The power to rise.
The power to write.
To rise.
To rise.
Yeah.
R-A-I-S-E. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The power to rise. Huluba Sophia Maria.
Yeah.
Huluba Sophia Maria. The power to rise.
Can I start?
Yes. Please start.
Okay. You're probably wondering why my arm is in a sling. No, it's not a new fashion accessory. It's the result of yet another accident. If you knew me better, you'd know that this isn't the first bone I've broken. As an athlete, injuries have become an unexpected part of my journey. At first, every injury felt like the end. I would ask myself, why is this happening to me? Why always me? But today, I ask a different question. What can I learn from this? That small shift in my question changed everything. I realized that my story isn't about accidents. It isn't about broken bones. It's about having the strength to get back up every single time. So today, I want to share with you 5 rules that have kept me moving forward. Rule number 1. Never let a difficult moment decide your future. An accident can stop our body for weeks or maybe months, but it should never stop our dream. I learned that our future is not decided when we fall. It is decided by the choices we make after we fall. Do we sit down or do we fight again? Rule number 2. Turn every obstacle into a lesson. Every injury has been a teacher. One taught me patience because healing cannot be rushed. Another taught me discipline because rehabilitation is harder than training. And all of them I don't know what happened, but I'm just going to continue my speech. Okay, because rehabilitation is harder than training. And all of them taught me gratitude for the days when I just run, jump, and compete without any pain. Life's greatest lessons don't come from our victories, but from our toughest challenges. Rule number 3. Success isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up, and science proves it. When doctors told me recovery would be long, I looked for proof that it was possible. And I found it. Research shows that 73% of individuals successfully return after an ACL reconstruction. And in professional soccer, the return rate after these surgeries can reach 80%. That means comeback is not an exception. It's the norm of those who don't quit. I don't have to look far for that proof. I see it every day in my own gym. I train alongside Ramona Elena Verman. She is 21 years old, from Bacau, an athlete at CSM Bacau and a second-year student at Vasily Alexander University of Bacau. She's my colleague. She is not someone I only see on TV. I have watched her work through a serious knee injury, doing the small, invisible exercises when no one was watching. The extra hours, the patience, the discipline, when it would have been easier to quit. She taught me that an injured knee can heal, but only a strong mind can make you a champion again. Her 2 best results prove it. Gold at the European Under-23 Championships in Bergen, Norway on 20th of July 2025 with 6.60 meters and her personal best of 6.78 meters. In Greece on 21st of June 2026. She is living proof that comeback is possible. Rule number 4. Keep growing even when you can't do everything you want to do. This was the hardest rule for me. When I couldn't train, I felt useless. My coach told me something I will never forget. If you can train your body, train your mind. So I did. When I couldn't run, I studied race videos. When I couldn't lift, I read about nutrition and sports physiology. When I couldn't compete, I prepared for the day I would return. There is always something you can do to become better than you were yesterday, even with one arm in a sling. And finally, rule number 5. Believe in yourself even when nothing seems to be going your way. There will be people who doubt you. They will say, maybe you should quit. There will be moments when you will doubt yourself even more loudly. I have had those nights too. But I learned this. If you give up, you will never discover how far you could have gone. Self-belief is not about being sure you will win. It's about being sure you will try again. Today, I am standing in front of you with my arm in a sling. Yes, I am still an athlete. Yes, I am still a very good student. Yes, I've had accidentally broken bone. But I can tell you with all my heart, not a single broken bone has ever broken my determination. So I will leave you with this. Life will knock us down many times. It knocked me down. It will knock you down too. But true success isn't about never falling. It's about having the courage to get back up every single time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Huluba. Such a great inspiration. Thank you. We shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to make their ballot. Thank you, judges. Next, move on to our next contestant. Number 2. Contestant number 2, Miora. Spotlight, please.
Hello.
Hello. You're okay, we can
Can my
see
voice
you.
be heard?
Can you also repeat after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Okay, thank you. Can hear you. Do you have to share screen?
Probably at the end, but not right now.
Do you want to test it?
Sure. Sharing is not turned on.
Just to see there's something.
No, the share screen is not turned on by the host.
Technical team, please help.
It's done.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, it's all good.
Oh. All right. Okay. Have you pinned your timer? The timekeeper? Pin the timekeeper?
Wait. Yep, I have.
Okay. So, Neora, I would like to double check your speech title. Is it rooted in tradition?
Yes.
Okay. Rooted in tradition, Neora. And Neora, rooted in tradition. You may begin.
Okay. When we think of staple foods in Indonesia, the first thing that comes to mind is rice. I mean, there's even a whole quote for it here that has been rooted into our brains since childhood. If you haven't eaten rice, you haven't really eaten. And you know, to all Indonesian Agorians here, am I right or am I right? However, if you visit Kampung Adat Cirende in West Java, you will come across a whole community that has thrived against this mindset for over a century. And it's not because paddy fields are absent there. It's because they do it for their beliefs. Hello, AgoraCon 2026. I'm Niora Chizaya from Agora Achievers Indonesia, and I want to talk a little about one of the millions of many indigenous communities in Indonesia. My fellow Agorians, Indonesia is an archipelago country consisting of more than 17,000 islands, which is why it probably has 2,500 indigenous communities with their own indigenous beliefs nationwide. And contrary to the rice controversy, in the east part of Indonesia, there is a majority of people who do not consume rice. Instead, their staple food comes from a tree's trunk that is called sagu. But other than that, some indigenous communities, they have their own specific dietary requirements, such as this Kampung Adat Cirende that I was talking about earlier. So a few days ago, me and my research team, we went to Bandung to conduct a research on this non-rice food consumption practice that's happening in Cirende community. And while my first thought was not eating rice at all is pretty far-fetched. You know, I figured maybe they eat rice occasionally, or maybe when they're curious or when they feel like it. But no, it turns out, after concluding my research, this culture is way more interesting and more complex than it seems. You see, the staple food there is not rice. Instead, it's a delicacy called rasi. Oops, sorry about that. And rasi is short for beras singkong. It's an Indonesian word that translates into cassava rice. So rasi is derived from processed cassava. It is the gluten is first the gluten is extracted, and then the excess is used to be dried out and turned into rasi powder. So this is consumed as a staple food 3 times a day in households with any kind of side dish. So it's exactly like rice. And you know what? When I was there, I tried it myself. The taste and the texture was surprisingly extremely similar to rice. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, when I was there, I was told that the older generations have never eaten a grain of rice in their entire lives. And for me, an Indonesian, that is very surprising. I was caught off guard. For them, rasi is not an emergency substitute for rice, but it's more of a proud symbol of their culture, of their cultural identity. So they don't eat rice at all in any kind of form. They choose not to because they fear the consequences of defying their ancestors' rules. So in that village, they believe in the concept of karma. So they think that anyone who chooses not to consume rice goes against the rules and consume rice in secrecy, they think something bad will happen. And based on the stories that I heard from the residents that I have interviewed in my research, there were people who went against the rules and they either got insane, sick, or just really bad luck. So that became a sort of a warning to the people who practice this tradition. However, the fact is, this practice is actually a choice in that community. Yeah, it's a way they respect their goddess Dewi Sri, who they believe sacrificed herself and took the form of paddy fields. So this practice isn't just restricting rice. It's a way for them to postpone the consumption of it until they give up or until they have a valid reason to end it.
Ah! Ah!
Apologies,
I'm sorry, but the contestant is muted.
Neora, unmute please. Unmute please. Sampai mana tanya dulu? Oh, where was I? Okay, please carry on.
It stopped
before
after
the
you stopped
Will
after
this
the noise
affect my time?
interruption.
No, we stop your time for a bit. Don't worry.
All right. Please carry on. Where was I talking?
I don't actually remember.
You stopped talking that we could hear after the noise. When the noise came, then you came offline.
Oh, okay. I'll just start from I was talking about the practice, right? It's allowed to be ended. Okay, I'll just continue, okay? So the practice, fun fact about this practice of not allowing to eat rice, it's allowed to be stopped, and there's a whole ritual for it that can be done by an elder or the leader of the tribe. So Kampung Adat Cirende is one of the many indigenous communities that has successfully maintained a practical and sustainable lifestyle that has sustained itself for generations. It represents and demonstrates that true national food sovereignty can begin when we begin to value and the biodiversity of our surrounding land. So, ladies and gentlemen, ngindung ka waktu ni bapa kajaman. This is actually a saying there that literally translates to making time as your mother and the era as your father. This means that us as humans, we have to learn to evolve according to the times while still preserving our inherited culture. So the people of Kampung Adat Cirende, they still socialize with people who don't practice their tradition, and they do keep up with the modernization of times. And with that, we can conclude that as the new generation, we should never stop educating ourselves about our traditional roots. Because like Master Ugwe said, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's why it is called the present. I hope this speech, even with a few casualties, have gave you a little introduction to the diversity of my country, Indonesia. And before that, I want to share a few photos that I had taken when I was there. So this is for the funsies. This was me and my team when we went to Kampung Adat Cirende. See the village and all. Oh, we also went to the mountains. And fun fact about the mountains is that we're not allowed to wear not allowed to wear shoes. So we had to hike up there barefoot because it's respecting the nature. That's the tradition there. And there are a few places we're not allowed to go because it's like sacred and there's tombs there and we have to respect their rules. And then these are the cassava fields that we had to go and take photos of and documentation. When we got up to the peak, we took photos again. And this is rasi powder, and this is rasi, the actual thing. It's so good, guys. And this is when we had an interview. Oh, okay. So that is why it was so fun. And the reason why I showed you guys this is I want to support my research and my speech, and that I received a lot of new information there about their cultural activity there and about a whole lot of diversity I realized is in Indonesia. And I feel like we, as the new generation, we should not stop educating ourselves about our culture because it's actually really interesting when you actually listen to it. So I hope that you all enjoyed my speech. I'm Nira Chazaya from Agora Achievers Indonesia. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So now we shall have 1 minute of silence for our judges to make their ballot. Thank you, judges. And let's welcome our third contestant. Z, are you there?
Yes.
Please spotlight Z. Thank you. Can you repeat after me?
Yeah.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak, lead, and make history.
Yes, that's great. Do you have anything to share screen with us?
No.
Thank you. So can you remember to pin the timer?
Yes.
Okay, you've done that. Thank you. So your title, I really had rehearsed. Okay, I shall begin. The world energy crisis in the shadow of the USA. Z. Z. The world energy crisis in the shadow of the US. Please begin.
Hello, respected judges, honorable teachers, and my fellow friends. Imagine driving to school one morning only to find that fuel prices have doubled overnight. Public transportation becomes even more expensive. Electricity bills begin to rise. Food prices increase because farmers and delivery companies have to pay more for fuel. Families start cutting back on daily expenses. Businesses struggle to keep operating, and governments face difficult economic decisions. This is not merely a hypothetical situation. Throughout history, conflicts in major oil producing regions have affected the global economy. Today, one of the most significant geopolitical tensions is between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Although these three countries are separated from many of us by thousands of kilometers, the relationship has a direct impact on global energy security because the Middle East remains one of the world's most important sources of oil and natural gas. Many people think wars only affect the countries involved. However, in today's complex, interconnected world, conflicts do not stay within national borders. They influence international trade, financial markets, transportation, and even the prices we have to pay for every day. My name is Iselin Karisimajo, and today I would like to explain how the US-Israel-Iran conflict contributes to the global energy security through three main points. The first reason why this conflict matters is because it threatens the stability of global energy supplies. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the world's most important energy routes. To understand why this conflict matters, we first need to understand geography. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway connecting the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. Despite being only a few dozen kilometers wide at its narrowest point, it serves as one of the world's most important shipping lanes. Around one-fifth of the world's traded oil passes through this route every single day. Countries such as Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar export enormous amounts of oil and natural gas through this passage. Whenever tension rises between the United States and Iran, inventors worry that military action, sanctions, or attack on commercial shipping could disrupt this route. Even if the strait never closes completely, the fear alone creates uncertainty throughout international markets, because energy markets react to uncertainty, not just actual shortages. Many people assume that oil prices only increase when supplies actually decrease. In reality, energy markets respond much earlier. Oil traders constantly predict future events. If they believe a conflict might interrupt supplies next month, they begin buying oil today. This sudden increase in demand pushes prices higher before any actual shortage occurs. Insurance companies charge higher premiums for ships traveling to risky regions. Shipping companies may be forced to choose longer and more expensive routes. Governments begin increasing their emergency oil reserves. Every one of these reactions increase costs throughout the energy supply chain. Therefore, even a political disagreement can become an economic problem for the entire world. The energy crisis impacts every country's economy and every household. Yes, even yours. The second reason why this issue would deserve our attention is because expensive energy affects nearly every part of modern life. Higher energy prices create inflation and reduce people's quality of life. Energy is the foundation of almost every economic activity. Factories require electricity to manufacture products. Farmers need fuel and tractors for irrigation systems. Airlines require aviation fuel. Ships transport goods across ocean. Trucks deliver foods to supermarkets. When oil prices increase, every one of these activities become more expensive. Businesses normally pass this additional cost on to us, the consumers. As a result, people pay more for groceries, clothing, transportation, medical supplies, and virtually everything we consume. This creates inflation, the general increase in prices across an economy. Unfortunately, wages often do not increase as quickly as prices. Families begin spending a larger portion of their income for necessities. Many people postpone buying homes, cars, or even paying for higher education because living costs continue to rise. Therefore, an energy crisis eventually becomes a cost of living crisis. Developing countries face even greater challenges. While every nation suffers from rising price energy, developing countries are often hit the hardest because many developing nations depend heavily on imported fuel. Unlike wealthier countries, they usually have fewer financial resources to protect consumers from sudden price increases. Governments may have to spend billions of dollars subsidizing fuel prices. This means there is less money available for education, healthcare, infrastructure, and poverty reduction. Small businesses probably struggle the most. Restaurants pay more for electricity. Farmers spend more on fertilizer and transportation. Manufacturers face higher production costs. Many businesses reduce hiring. Others close completely. This slows economic growth and increases unemployment. What began as a geopolitical conflict eventually affects millions of people who have no connection to the battlefield. The final point is perhaps the most important because it focuses on solutions rather than problems. Countries must diversify their energy sources. The current energy crisis teaches us an important lesson. No nation should depend too heavily on a single energy source or one geographical region. Governments should continue investing in renewable energy, including solar panel, wind energy, hydroelectric power, geothermal energy, and where appropriate, nuclear energy. Renewable energy offers several advantages. First, it reduces dependence on imported oil. Second, it lowers greenhouse gas emissions and helps fight climate change. Third, it creates new industry and employment opportunities. Improving energy efficiency is equally important. Simple innovations such as energy efficient buildings, electric vehicles, and smarter transportation systems reduce fuel consumption while lowering costs. Energy security is no longer just about producing more oil. It is about building a resilient, diverse, and sustainable energy system. International cooperation and diplomacy remain essential. Technology alone cannot solve this challenge. International cooperation is equally important. Countries must continue using diplomacy to prevent regional conflicts from escalating. International organizations should encourage dialogue, reduce misunderstanding, and promote peaceful negotiations. Governments should also cooperate by sharing emergency supplies, protecting shipping routes, and investing together in a clean energy research. Finally, young people also have a role to play. We may not negotiate international treaties today, but we can study science, engineering, economics, and international relations. We can support responsible energy use. We can encourage innovation. The energy decisions made by our generation will determine whether future generations experience greater stability or greater uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have seen that US-Israel-Iran conflict is simply not a political disagreement between three nations. It threatens one of the world's most important energy corridors. It creates uncertainty in global oil markets. It raises prices for transportation, electricity, and food. And it places greatest burden on developing countries and ordinary families.
However, this challenge also presents an opportunity. It reminds us to diversify our energy sources, strengthen international cooperation, and invest in a cleaner and more sustainable future. The energy crisis teaches us that peace is not only a humanitarian goal, it is also an economic necessity. In today's interconnected world, no nation stands alone. What happens in one region can influence life across the globe. As the next generation of leaders, innovators, and decision makers, we have the responsibility to build a future where energy is secure, sustainable, and accessible for everyone. Because ultimately, the world's greatest source of power is not found beneath the ground, it is found in our ability to cooperate above it. Thank you, and that's all for my speech.
Thank you very much, Z. Now we shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to make their ballot. Thank you, judges. I shall call upon contestant number 4. Gisia, are you there? Can we spotlight Gisia? Thank you. Can you repeat after me? Speak up, lead, and make history. You can't hear? You've been unmuted.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Can you repeat
Sorry.
after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Thank you. Do you have something to share screen with us?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. Can you pin the timer?
Yes.
Okay. May I check your speech title is English history?
No, actually.
So what is it?
It's the psychology of procrastination.
Psychology of destination?
Procrastination.
Oh,
Yes.
procrastination.
Okay. May I start?
Hold on a minute. Let me
Okay.
introduce again. Psychology of procrastination. Gesia?
Yes.
Gesia? Psychology of procrastination. Please.
The psychology of procrastination. Why we delay important tasks and how to overcome it. Good morning or afternoon, everyone. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had an important assignment or an exam coming up, but instead of studying, you watch YouTube, play games, or scrolling through TikTok? If your answer is yes, don't worry, you're not alone. Almost everyone has procrastinated at some point. I'm Gisha Hendita, and today I would like to talk about the psychology of procrastination. What it is, why we do it, and how to overcome it. First of all, what is procrastination? Procrastination is a habit of delaying important tasks, even when we know it may cause problems later. Many people think procrastination means being lazy, but that is not always true. People who procrastinate usually want to finish their work. They know it is important, but they struggle to begin. So, procrastination is often an emotional problem rather than simply a time management problem. So, why do people procrastinate? One of the biggest reasons is that our brains prefer immediate rewards. Imagine you have homework due next week. You know you should start today, but your phone sends a notification. Your favorite games is waiting, or a new episode of your favorite show is released. Entertainment gives us happiness immediately, while homework requires effort. So, we often choose what feels good now instead of what will benefit us later. This is called instant gratification. At first, procrastination feels good because avoiding a difficult task gives us a temporary relief. But as we but as the deadline gets closer, we become more stressed and worried. Another reason is fear of failure. Some people worry that their work will not be good enough, that they might get a low grade, or other people will criticize them. Instead of facing those feelings, they avoid the task. Perfectionism can also cause procrastination. Some people think, if I can do it perfectly, I shouldn't start yet. They can wait for the perfect idea, mood, or moment. But the truth is, there was no perfect moment. Procrastination can also happen when we feel overwhelmed. A large project or difficult exam can seem impossible, so we avoid it because smaller activities feel easier. Fortunately, procrastination is not a permanent habit. We can improve it with practice. Here's some simple strategies. First, break large tasks into smaller steps. Instead of saying, I have to do 5 page reports, say, I write the introduction first. Second, use the 5 minute rules. Tell yourself that you only need to work for 5 minutes. Starting is often the hardest part. Third, remove distraction. Put your phone away, turn off notifications, and find a quiet place to study. Fourth, set realistic goals. Instead of saying, I'll study all day, say, I'll study for 30 minutes. Finally, focus on progress, not perfection. You don't have to finish everything perfectly. You just need to keep moving forwards. In calculation, procrastination is not simply laziness. It can cause by fear, anxiety, perfectionism, feeling overwhelmed, and our desires for immediate comfort. By understanding why we procrastinate and using simple strategies, we can build better habits and become more productive. Remember, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to become great. And thank you very much for listening. I hope this speech helps you understand procrastination and encourage you to take the first step toward your goals. Once again, I'm Gisha Hendiza. Good morning or afternoon. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Christia. And now we shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to make their ballot. Thank you very much, judges. Next, I want to call our contestant number 5, Theodora Prisakaru. Please raise your hand for the production team to find you. Thank you. Thank you. Can you unmute yourself? Thank
Yeah,
you.
now I can.
Hi. Can you
Hello.
repeat after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Okay, that sounds good. Can you pin the timer?
Already did.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any materials to share screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Please test.
Just a second.
All right.
I hope it's visible.
Okay, we can see. Just to double check, your speech title is A Cup of Paradox?
No, it's the
Okay.
other 19.
The other 19. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The other 19. Theodora. Theodora, the other 19. Please.
A cigarette weighs roughly 1 gram, which is quite impressive considering everything we've managed to fit inside it. Tobacco, chemistry, a few hundred years of history, billions of dollars of advertising, social rituals, stress, pleasure, addiction, and somehow a 5-minute break. Hold on. I have the feeling I'm missing something out. Right. Nicotine, our prime suspect. In this case, and this case only. Addictive, psychoactive, intriguing to say the least. The molecule that has caused hundreds of millions of deaths in the past century. Case closed. Except, this would be a terribly short lesson. So let me divert it for your own benefit. Take nicotine out of the cigarette. Remove the tobacco, smoke, and combustion entirely. Put the same molecule into a lab, and surprise! Suddenly, scientists will focus on the benefits. Longer attention span, improved memory, and cognition. Same molecule, but a very different side of the story. So perhaps before establishing that nicotine is to be blamed for everything that happens in 1 gram, we should actually meet it. Nicotine hasn't always had the reputation it has nowadays. Long before we built a whole industry out of it, indigenous people of the Americas used it mainly for ceremonial or spiritual purposes. And later, Europeans treated it as medicine. Hard to believe, right? Then fast forward this to 2010. You might be surprised again. The American researcher Stephen Heisman decided to look at the exact same side of our story. No tobacco, no cigarette, no smoke. Just nicotine. What his studies proved was that people were slightly better at focusing, holding information, and recalling specific events due to nicotine. How? By binding its receptors to the already existing chemical that helps us focus and encode information. And indeed, neuroscience proved that these receptors fit almost perfectly into our systems. Perhaps a little too perfectly. because everything I've told you so far makes nicotine seem like a misunderstood molecule. But do you remember how I introduced it to you? Addictive. And I conveniently left that part out. Addiction is by far the most associated characteristic of nicotine. For good reason, you may say. Tens of thousands of people globally quit smoking every day. Around 10% of them are teenagers. Another 20% are young adults. Today, I am one of them. Or at least I was. Because I quit. That's what I thought. And then I started again. Tens of thousands of people globally quit smoking every day. Around 75% of them relapse. Long story short, as soon as my mom found out I was smoking, my first impulse was probably a very reasonable one. Quit. Just like that. And so I did. 1 month. No cigarettes, no vapes, not even once. The first week was horrific, to say the least. I was almost always irritated, impulsive, unmotivated. I thought it must be addiction causing it all. And partly, I was right. But neuroscience has a much more interesting name for what happened to my brain. Maladaptive learning. Which I know sounds complicated, but it actually means something quite simple. The brain is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Learn from repetition and reward. It just happened to be learning the wrong lesson. Normally, this type of learning would be brilliant. That's how we learn languages, recognize faces, play instruments, and eventually do something difficult without even thinking about it. But nicotine simply takes advantage of the same system. Now, what you should know is that nicotine, and by extent smoking, teach the brain two important lessons. The first one is chemical. Nicotine equals reward. Repeat that lesson often enough, and your brain begins adapting to the substance being there. Eventually, nicotine won't be just an extra reward, but something that your brain expects. And that is addiction. For my brain, the second lesson began once nicotine was long gone from my body. Most people would say that if you survive the first few weeks after quitting, that's it. Lesson unlearned, addiction defeated. Except it can't always be that easy. I no longer craved nicotine. But there were so many moments when I still wanted to smoke. Drinking a cup of coffee didn't feel the same, nor did those 10-minute breaks outside with my friends. But most importantly, I missed inhaling the smoke, then exhaling and seeing it fade away in a few seconds. Inhaling and exhaling. Ridiculous though it may sound, it was the feeling that I missed, not the substance. I spent 1 month trying to quit nicotine, but no one told me that it didn't automatically imply that I quit smoking too. And that brings us to something much more innocent sounding. Habit. In simple words, Nicotine equals addiction, smoking equals habit. All fine here, but how did we get from one cigarette to addiction and habit? Something is missing here, right? Because no one finishes their first cigarette at a party and immediately thinks, oh great, I need 19 more. In fact, you don't need cigarette number 2. Not yet. Dopamine simply tells your brain that the first might be repeating. So you repeat it. And somewhere across the other 19, nicotine becomes a need and smoking becomes a habit. They always come as a package deal. Our mistake is assuming they live the same way they arrived, together. Well, I already told you earlier that I managed the first. As for the second, you've heard the gist of that too. What I haven't told you is what happened next. There are still 19 cigarettes left in the pack. So, did I quit? Nicotine, smoking, or both? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theodora. Now, we shall have 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and rank the contestants. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, contestants. That wraps up our Agora Educational Speech Contest 2026. I shall now hand over to our contest chair. Mr. Gia, please take
Thank you.
over.
A big round of applause to the MC for the AgoraCon 2026 Educational Speech Contest. Thank you, Huiju. Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Well done. And also a big round of applause to appreciate the timekeepers, Azar and Zaki. Next item on the agenda is the humorous speech contest. My role is the same. I'm the contest chair for the humorous speech contest. And the chairman's role is to make sure that we comply with all the rules of the speech contest. I'm very proud to report that we are in compliance. The contestants for the finals tonight have gone through the national contest and they are selected to represent their different countries. And among the candidates selected from the different countries, we have narrowed down the field by selecting the top 5 for tonight's contest. All proceedings have been in compliance. Thank you very much. We are ready. The judges have been briefed by Chief Judge Chris Callahan. The contestants have already been briefed. They know the rules. The timers have also been briefed already. So all that's left to do is to hand over the control to our MC for the Humorous Speech Contest 2026, Miss Chan Hui Ju.
Thank you very much, Contest Chair. Now, I would like to announce, welcome, the founder and president of Agora Speakers International, Mr. Alexander Christoph, Agora ambassadors, members, contestants, ladies and gentlemen who have just joined us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone wherever you are in the world now. Welcome to the Agora Humorous Speech Contest 2026. I am Hui Ju from Singapore, your MC. The Humorous Speech Contest has the goal of finding excellent comedians and entertainers. Each contestant has a maximum duration of 7 minutes to make their presentation. Timekeepers? I have the timekeepers here. Right? Raise your hand. Okay. So the timekeeper will indicate the time taken by the contestant by flashing the green screen at 5 minutes. Timekeeper, Zaki. Thank you. Yellow screen at 6 minutes. Red screen at 7 minutes. When the red screen is flashed, the contestant has 30 seconds to end his presentation. After each contestant has completed his presentation, we shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. After the last contestant has completed his presentation, we shall have 2 minutes for the judges to mark their ballots and to rank the speakers. Contestants, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? The rest of you, are you ready?
Ready.
Make some noise.
Ready.
We're going to have humorous contest. Thank you. Let the contest begin. Agora Humorous Speech Contest 2026. We have 5 contestants. Contestants, please raise your hand for the production team to find you. Five contestants. for the humorous speech contest, please raise your hands for the production team to find you.
You use the digital raise hand, please. Use the digital raise hand. Mr. Mark, where are you? Stanley Mark. Yes. 1, 2, 3. We have
We need 5 contestants.
yes.
Please do not spotlight anybody now next to me. They have not been called.
There's one more missing. Who is that? Mr. Mark, remain raise hand, please. Remain raise hand. Contestant, please leave your raise hand, digital raise hand, please.
We should have 5 contestants. This is the humorous speech contest. How many do we have now? I can only see 3. Two more speakers before we can begin. Okay, 4. Can we have all the 5 humorous speech contest contestants? Raise your hands.
Chris, you need to unmute yourself, Chris.
Doesn't allow it. Okay, now I can speak now. I did send Ben a message earlier. One contestant said he has flu and he doesn't believe his voice is good enough, so he's withdrawn.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we should have 4. Do we have 4 contestants?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just call and begin now. I shall call the order of the contestants' names have been drawn randomly, and I will call one at a time to be spotlighted. Contestant number 1, Stanley. Okay, can you turn on your mic? Can you repeat after me? Speak up, lead,
Speak up.
and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Yes, okay, I can hear you. Do you have any materials to share screen?
No.
Thank you. Can you pin the timer, the timekeeper?
Okay, timekeeper, ready.
Okay, you're ready? Can I confirm your speech title as "My wife is the best debater in the world"?
So it has been changed. I have informed Mr. Gill. It is
Okay.
the greatest wisdom of a man.
The greatest wisdom
Of a man.
of a man. Okay. All right, ready. The greatest wisdom of a man. Stanley. Stanley, the greatest wisdom of a man.
I have a question for you all. Do you know that at what age a single-born man is allowed to get married without his parents' permission? Do you have an idea at what age that any man is allowed to get married? Even the parents have to get to approve it. A lot of people don't even know. Some say 16, some say 17, but in Singapore it's 21. But on the other hand, do you know that at the age of 18, the government of Singapore is trusting any man with a rifle and to go into the national service to become a part of the army. Now, that is fascinating in my opinion. What does it tell us? To me, it tells us that dealing with women is considered more dangerous than dealing with the enemy in the battlefield. I wonder whether they also train them on how to choose a wife. In Singapore, from time to time, I have heard from friends of mine complaining about their wives. Then they always say that, hey, my wife is not as beautiful as she used to be. Amazing. Then I reply, hey, wait, that is not your wife's problem. This is your problem. Then say, why? Why it is my problem? Then I told them that if you deal with your wife and really praise her on a regular basis, your wife will feel very much appreciated. When she is appreciated, she will feel happier, she smiles more, she becomes more confident. And the more confident she becomes, the more attractive she becomes. So it is your fault because you never appreciate your wife. That's why you always feel that she is not really that happy. But in my whole life, I have never come across any woman who has become less attractive when she's being appreciated. Then the other point that we have to remember is that nowadays, a lot of people forget about how to get appreciation for their wife. You know, how many of men in this group who have told their wife how beautiful they are every day? I realize that a lot of men have taken their wives for granted. They never appreciate what they could do for them, how beautiful they are. So on the other hand, then another man came to me and said, well, can you tell me how I can make my wife admit that she is wrong? But I said, why do you want to really ask your wife to admit that she's wrong? I've never come across any wife who would agree that she's wrong. Maybe with the exception of one, when she said, I married the wrong man. That is the time when she is really complaining. But on the other hand, we also know this on a day-to-day basis, people just take for granted how their wives are. And the most important thing from time to time, we realize that when a wife is taken for granted and the husbands will never really show appreciation. So as a result, it is another point that has happened to a lot of marriages, you know. So the point is that nowadays, in Singapore in particular, life is so hectic.
people just work and work and work without showing any appreciation of their partners. But in my opinion, marriage is not a sort of boxing match. There are no awards or rewards for being really a winner in the day-to-day arguments with their wives. You know, it is true. Nowadays, everybody is so stressed out. So as a result, people just feel that, wow, life is like this. But on the other hand, we have to remember another thing. In Singapore, the general trend is very clear. The average lifespan of a man in Singapore is 82, whereas the lifespan of a woman is 86. Then why men have a shorter lifespan? I have two reasons why men live shorter lives. The first reason is that those men who are less intelligent, they are not that wise, they always engage in arguments with their wife on a day-to-day basis. Throughout their lives, the stress of getting involved in arguments has really dressed them out, and then they have a shorter life. Then the other group of men will be those who are very clever. They always take care of their wife, always give them compliments. As a result, their wives are getting stronger, healthier, and they live a longer life. As in any way, the man will go first. And this is one thing that we cannot win. Okay, so to the last part that I would like to leave you with is that the biggest hurdle of life is to appreciate your wife and get your wife to really feel happy, stronger, and warmer in a happier home. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stanley. We shall have 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. Now. Oh, thank you very much, judges. I shall call upon contestant number 2, Paul. Is he the one competing or not competing just now? Is Christopher around? Can I double check? Can I double check? Okay, I don't see his name. All right. So, contestant number 2 shall be Peter. Can I spotlight Peter? Peter Ayers. Peter, can you turn on your mic? Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
All right. Can you repeat after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up and make history.
Okay, can you come forward? It's a bit far. We can't hear you. Can you say again?
Yes. Speak up and make history.
Yes, okay. Keep it that way. Your voice, I could hear you.
Right.
Come nearer. Do you have any materials to share with us?
No.
Okay, thank you. Can you pin the timekeeper on your screen?
We've not actually worked out how to do that, but I do have a stopwatch here.
Okay. So, is your title The Sounds of the 70s?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The Sounds of the 70s. Peter. Peter, The Sounds of the 70s.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon from England, but probably good evening all over the world. My speech is about the sounds of the 70s. There's two parts of this. One is about me as a man in my 70s. So when I was younger, I used to leap out of bed like a superhero. But now that I'm in my 70s, my body wakes up in installments. First, my eyes will open, then my back negotiates, then my knees and my hips file a complaint. And by the time I'm sat up on the side of the bed, vertical, I've used up half my energy that I'm going to be using that day. So the second part of Sounds of the 70s is from a very, very popular radio program that used to be on the radio here in England on a Sunday afternoon. And the disc jockey would play songs which now are 50 years old. And it got me thinking how a lot of the songs there linked into me and the sounds of the 70s that I make. Very famous one from the Searchers was called Needles and Pins. Now, I'm not going to sing it because this is a humorous speech. If I sang it, it would be a funny speech. But what I suffer from is pins and needles in my fingers. With arthritis, especially when it's cold, it just aches. So for that, my doctor has prescribed me dihydrocodeine. That helps with the pain. There was then another very famous song by an artist called Billy Ray Cyrus, and that was The Achy Breaky Heart. Oh, I can just feel it. For that, I take an atorvastatin called Lipitor. That keeps my cholesterol in check. We then go on to another famous song, Fire, by the Crazy World of Arthur Brown. Now for that, I take sodium alginate, and that is to treat heartburn after you've had pastry or white bread. We then go into another song, very famous by Elton John and Kiki D, called Don't Go Breaking My Heart. The chorus is, don't go breaking my heart. I can sing that one. Now for that, I take amlodipine, and that is for my high blood pressure. For the aches and pains I have all over my body, I can take my paracetamol, that's a 500 milligram tablet, and after food, I can take ibuprofen. Now, because that's an extra strong tablet, 400 milligrams, I also have to take lansoprazole, and that stops me having reflux or stomach ulcers. Now, I thought I was fairly fit, but when I look here, on a daily basis, I am taking 7 different tablets. One of the songs I also remember came to mind when I was preparing this speech, and it was when I was out with my granddaughter, who's 10 years old, and we were listening in the car radio, and a song came on by a group called Golden Earring, and that song is called Radar Love. Now, Golden Earring were formed in 1961, so even before the 70s, but this specific song was released in 1973. The singer, George Cuymans, who was born in 1948, sang the song, and there was a real driving beat. The song went something like, I've been driving all night, my hands wet on the wheel. There's a voice in my head that drives my heel. It's my baby calling, says I need you here. And it's 1:30 and I'm shifting gear. When I hear voices coming in from above, she don't need a letter at all. Then it goes into chorus again. So after the song had finished, I said to my granddaughter, Casey, I said, what do you think of that song then? And she looked at me as if I was stupid, and she said, why didn't she just text? Well, there you are, you see. Out of a 10-year-old is the most simple explanation why we didn't think of that back in the day when we didn't have smartphones, we couldn't text, we couldn't do a WhatsApp message or whatever. That's my speech. Sounds of the 70s. I do hope that you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And now we shall have 1 minute of silence for our judges to make their ballots.
Mine's still on.
Thank you very much, judges. Now I shall call contestant number 3, Adinda. Can you please spotlight Adinda? Thank you. Can you turn on your microphone? Yes. Okay, sound check. Can you speak? Can you say after me? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Okay, sounds great. Do you
Okay.
have anything to share screen?
Nope.
Okay, then have you pinned the timekeeper?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. Just one more check. Your speech title, Why Being Smart Isn't Enough?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
More than just a face.
More than just a face.
Yes.
Okay. More than just a face. Adinda. Adinda? More than just a face.
People say, don't judge a book by its cover. But apparently, some people didn't get the memo. You see, I have fair skin, small eyes, and a big heart. And somehow, that's able to turn strangers into detectives. Not just regular detectives, but professional detectives. They looked at me for just 3 seconds and decided, yup, Chinese. Really? Me? One day, I was registering at my new senior high school. I was nervous. New school, new classmates, new teachers, new me. I was mentally preparing myself when all of a sudden, a girl standing next to me looked at me and whispered, "Oh, Chinese." Really? Excuse me? We haven't even exchanged names. At least ask for my name first. It was a little ridiculous. People would look at me for just 3 seconds and then suddenly become experts. Meanwhile, I still can't decide what to eat for lunch in under 3 seconds. But why do people do this? Our brains love taking shortcuts. It's faster to assume than to ask. It's easier to put someone in a category than to actually getting to know them. Because making an assumption takes 3 seconds, while getting to know someone takes more time than that. Sometimes we think we know someone's intimate story, but people are not that easy to understand. It didn't just happen once to me. It happened again and again and again. One person said I look Chinese. 我不知道. Another said I look Japanese. 実は日本語はほとんど話せません. At first, I laughed it off. Then I got confused. Then I started asking myself, do I really look that different? I went home and looked at the mirror. Same face, same eyes, same me. The only thing that changed was the way I looked at myself. But what surprised me wasn't that people guessed wrong. It was how confident they were in their decisions. Nobody asks, where are you from? They simply decided. Sometimes people are so busy guessing who we are that they forgot the easiest thing to do. Just ask. Ask for their name. Try to get to know them better. And rather than judging them by their looks, why not judging them by their personality and their hospitality? And then I realized something that made me quite uncomfortable. Maybe I've done it to someone too. Maybe I've looked at someone and thought, they look unfriendly. They seem arrogant. They look really dumb. Or maybe they look like someone I'd never, ever want to talk to. All because of first impressions. Without realizing it, I was doing the exact same thing. Not with nationality, but with different labels. That's when I understood. Judging people doesn't always come from bad intentions. It comes from being lazy and quick conclusions. The problem is, people are far more complicated than our first impressions can ever tell us. The truth is that appearance is the first information we receive.
but it's also the most uninformative. Because if there's one thing I've learned from all this experience, is this. People can recognize a face without ever knowing the person behind it. And maybe the difference between looking at someone and actually seeing someone has a huge, big gap between it. So, in conclusion, people often see our appearance before they see our identity. And maybe that's natural. Our eyes notice appearance first, but our hearts don't have to stop there. A face might tell you where someone looks like they come from, but it can never tell you who they are. It can never tell you what they've been through, what they dream about, what they believe in, or even as simple as what's their name. Every person you meet has a story, a family, a struggle, a reason behind their smile. And none of those things can be seen in just 3 seconds. So, the next time you meet someone, instead of guessing them, start a conversation. Instead of giving them a label, give them a chance. Because sometimes the most interesting thing about a person has nothing to do with the way they look. After all, we are all more than a face. And I'm actually all hype. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adita. And now we shall have 1 minute of silence for our judges to mark their ballots. Thank you very much, judges. Next, I call upon contestant number 4, Dan Reyes. Are you there? Please spotlight Don Reyes. Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you repeat after me to sound check? Speak up, lead, and make history.
Speak up, lead, and make history.
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have anything to share on screen?
No.
Okay. Have you pinned the timekeeper?
Like, should I?
So you
Yeah.
can see it on your screen?
Yeah, I can see them on my screen.
Okay. Can I double check your story, speech title? Light Further Away?
No,
No?
it is almost a serious story.
Almost a serious story.
Yeah.
Okay. Almost the serious story. Dawn. Dawn. Almost the serious story.
Yeah, thank you. Great. So, tell me when to start. Can you please tell me when to start?
You may go.
I already asked you to start. You can start now.
Okay, thank you. I still laugh when I think back to the jokes I used to play when I was younger. Like that one time when I was at a survival camp with my friend. We were surrounded by nature, sleeping in tents, and one day he told me something really interesting. He confessed to me that he was scared of insects, which, if you ask me, was really funny. After all, we were in a forest filled with insects. So, what do you think I did? I found a grasshopper and left it on his pillow. When he came into the tent, he started screaming so loudly that even the grasshopper got scared. That prank was really funny, but my most memorable prank must have been the one I played on my parents. That day, I learned that sometimes a little prank can turn an entire day into an unforgettable experience. I can see you're a bit confused, so let me explain. It all started on a hot summer day. I remember it perfectly. I was in the car coming home from school, cheerful. I'm choosing my words carefully here, and dreaming of a vanilla and caramel ice cream. I could almost taste it. But just when we arrived near my house, the pleasant moment was interrupted by Mom, who announced that we are heading to a clinic to pick up some test results. Knowing the unbearable boredom that awaited me at the clinic, I decided to stay in the car. After a few minutes, because even sitting alone in the car was boring, I started thinking about yes, you guessed it, a prank. And if you haven't met me before, well, you should know that really love hide and seek. I was a so-called born champion. With some professional moves, I climbed over the seats and hid in the trunk. Less than 5 minutes later, my parents came into the car, talking deeply about the test results. Mom asked me if I was hungry, and when she got no response, she turned around. That's when she noticed I was missing. Total chaos! She shouted for Dad to stop the car, thinking I gotten out. Pale with alarm, Dad slammed on the brakes and pulled over. Other drivers honked furiously because he hadn't even signaled. Oh God, where's the kid? At that moment, knowing the dangerous level of destruction my mother was capable of, learned from my own experience, I emerged from the truck to see my mother's face. A face which, believe me, I still can't find the right words to describe. But since I'm still alive, you can guess that later we laughed about my little prank together. Yeah, that would have been a pretty nice, happy ending for me. I would have gotten out of trouble and nothing bad would have happened. A classic win-win situation. But just when, but only if I had known that my own mother hadn't forgotten about my little innocent prank. And if you haven't guessed already, well, she took her revenge on a Christmas day. I remember waking up early in the morning, full of joy, rushing downstairs. Then I saw them, all the beautiful presents sitting under the tree. I was almost bursting with happiness because I was expecting a gaming console and couldn't wait to play with it. But just as I was wrapping my presents, disaster struck. Santa had bought me only the video games, not the console I needed in order to play them. I felt so sad that I could almost feel my tears falling to the ground. Had Santa betrayed me? But just when I felt at my most disappointed, I heard my mother laughing and saying, "You got pranked! Surprise!" She pulled out my console from behind the sofa and handed it to me. My heart melted, and for 10 seconds, I couldn't even speak. So, as you can see, I learned two things. First, that mom is a malefic prankster you should definitely not mess with. And second, that even a little prank can cause a lot of trouble. But in the end of the day, we are still left with a wonderful memory. Or, if you're just lucky enough, an ice cream! Well, maybe not this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much for your speech.
Well, my name is actually Raresh, but
Oh, Rice.
no
Okay,
problem.
sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Now we shall have 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and to rank the contestants. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much to all the contestants of the humorous speech contest. And also thank you very much to our audience from all over the world. That wraps up our Agora Humorous Speech Contest 2026. Stay tuned for the results later. Now I shall hand over the control to our contest chair, Mr. Gia.
Thank you, Huiju.
Thank you.
Round of applause to Huiju, the MC for the AgoraCon speech contest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And we also thank the other appointment holders, the judges, the timers. Thank you very much. I shall now hand over the control to the MC for the AgoraCon. Take it away from here.
All right, thank you very much, Gaya, Ben, Peng, and also Li Ju for running our speech contest tonight. Wow, what a ride, don't you think? I think this might be one of the many speech contests where we have so many people coming in. I think it's great that we have around 270 people still witnessing. I think we should give a big round of applause
So
for
much
everyone as well
people.
here who is still staying aboard. And congratulations to all of the speakers for the educational and humorous speech contest. You have all done courageous work and done wonderfully throughout the whole contest. So give yourselves a pat on the back and also a big round of applause. All right. You know what? I think this calls for a little question here. What did you think, Aisha? I think we learned a lot during this contest, didn't we?
Yes, I do think that it's been so long and I'm actually tired, but it's okay. We still have a lot of people in here, so I think I should keep my energy running. It's not fair to
It's okay. It's
be
good to be
tired
honest,
when
right?
all of you is still listening.
Exactly. Well, we can't lie. Of course, being here at night is definitely tiring. But again, I think seeing all the spirits here, it's good. It's a very good energy boost. What do you think, Gracia?
Oh, I agree a lot with you, Trisha. Well, this has been a very, very interesting contest. We have seen amazing speakers.
We have seen
I
so
think,
much people in all ages too.
yeah, exactly.
Teenagers, we've seen
Even for
adults, we've
Indonesian
seen
facts.
children's, I think.
Exactly. Very
Yeah,
true. Never seen someone who's still at 12 years old compete with someone who is already maybe in their 60s, right? Only in AgoraCon, that's for sure.
exactly.
All right. Okay, so before we move on to our next scheduled session, I think it's a bit time that we put in some interesting facts about Indonesia. Now, did you know that Indonesia is an archipelago of more than 17,000 islands? So the sea is deeply connected to the country's geography, livelihoods, and culture as well. So now I think it's a good time for us to discover more about the extraordinary world beneath the waters.
In place of our scheduled item, please enjoy a recorded talk by Ita Rahmi, a kindergarten teacher from the Galaxy Agora Club, on Amazing Indonesia, exploring the magic of Indonesia's marine life.
Imagine standing on an Indonesian beach. You see nothing but endless blue. Now imagine diving beneath it. Suddenly, a hidden world comes alive. Colorful coral, thousands of fish, graceful manta rays, and then you see a shark walking past you. Yes, a walking shark. This is not a fantasy. This is Indonesia. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ita. I am a kindergarten teacher from Madina Islamic School Galaxy. And today, I would like to take you on a journey beneath the surface of Indonesia's beautiful blue waters to discover a world that is breathtaking, extraordinary, and full of life. Let me start with a simple question. When you hear the word Indonesia, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Maybe Bali, maybe beautiful beach, maybe delicious food, or perhaps thousands of islands. Indonesia has more than 70,000 islands stretching from Sabang to Merauke. And here is something interesting. Our land covers around 1.9 million square kilometers, while our ocean covers more than 3.2 million square kilometers. So, if Indonesia were a painting, blue would definitely be the dominant color. But what makes this blue so special? It is not simply the color of our ocean, it is the life beneath it. Beneath Indonesia's blue waters lies one of the richest marine environments on Earth. And One of the most remarkable places to discover this underwater world is Raja Ampat. Located in southwest Papua, Raja Ampat lies at the heart of the Coral Triangle, the global center of marine biodiversity. It is a place where coral reefs create spectacular underwater landscapes, and thousands of marine species live side by side. For divers around the world, Raja Ampat is truly a diver's paradise. And the numbers are extraordinary. Raja Ampat is home to 553 species of hard coral and more than 1,628 species of reef fish. There are also around 600 species of mollusks, 16 species of marine mammals, and 5 of the world's 7 species of sea turtles. More than 60 types of crayfish have also been recorded in these waters. But the beauty of Raja Ampat is not only about how many species live there. It is also about how unique some of them are. Raja Ampat is home to more than 35 endemic fish species that naturally occur nowhere else in the world. One of the most fascinating is the famous walking shark, Hemicillium freycineti. Unlike most sharks, this small carpet shark uses its fins to move across the seabed. A shark that walks. And then there are giants, the manta rays. Raja Ampat is one of the remarkable places where both reef manta rays and oceanic manta rays can be encountered. These magnificent creatures can reach enormous sizes, yet move through the water with remarkable grace. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Raja Ampat a destination for divers and ocean lovers from around the world. In 2025 alone, Raja Ampat recorded more than 38,000 tourist visits, with international visitors making up the majority. But Raja Ampat is not the only place where Indonesia reveals its underwater beauty. Travel across the water of the Coral Triangle to southeast Sulawesi, and we find another remarkable diving destination. Wakatobi. If Raja Ampat is a kingdom of biodiversity, then Wakatobi can be described as an underwater gallery. Here, the beauty lies not only in its marine life, but also in the extraordinary variety of its underwater landscapes. Wakatobi National Park covers around 1.4 million hectares and is home to approximately 942 species of fish and 750 species of coral. For divers, Wakatobi offers more than 50 dive sites, each with its own character. There are colorful coral gardens, stepped underwater walls, channels, atolls, barrier reefs, and spectacular coral formations. At Samia Island, divers can explore famous sites such as Aroma Reef and Cornucopia. At Channel Dive, school of fish move with the current. And at sites such as Ali Reef, stronger currents create an exciting experience for experienced divers. So, Raja Ampat and Wakatobi may offer different experiences, but together they reveal something much bigger. Indonesia is not home to just one underwater paradise. It is a country filled with them, from the extraordinary biodiversity of Raja Ampat to the magnificent underwater landscapes of Wakatobi, from colorful coral reefs to school of tropical fish, from sea turtles to graceful manta rays. Indonesian oceans is filled with life. And perhaps this is what makes Indonesia truly extraordinary. Our beauty doesn't stop at the shoreline. It continues beneath the waves. It's colorful, it is diverse, it is alive, and it is uniquely Indonesian. So, when we talk about the beauty of Indonesia, let us not only look at what rises above the sea, let us also remember what lies beneath it. Because beneath our blue waters is a world of wonder, a world of colors, a world of diversity, and a world that reminds us just how extraordinary our country is. This is the beauty of our ocean. This is the beauty of our biodiversity. This is the beauty of Indonesia, our blue paradise. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful sharing of the beautiful underwater journey of Indonesia. I think it's about time that we schedule a travel to Raja Ampat and Wakatobi. Isn't that right, guys?
Yes,
Maybe
let's
after we
go.
I
finish.
do agree with you.
So true. After we finish the exams, though.
A full month
That is for
of
sure.
vacation.
All right.
All right. I think it's another time to give the audience a fun fact of Indonesian culture. Do you guys know that Indonesian culture has an idea that reflects the spirit of a community? Gotong royong. It's basically a tradition of working together and helping one another. And that spirit feels very much at home in Agora.
Okay, in that case, I
What do
think
you
it's
think,
about
Rachel?
time. That's right. We are about to turn to the foundation that makes moments like tonight possible, which is our education system in Agora Speakers International, which is going to be delivered by Agora Parl communicators in Western Cape, South Africa, Heta Peters, to walk us through the Agora basic education models. Heta Peters, Heta Peters, the stage is yours.
Hector, you are still muted. Hector, muted.
Sorry, Heta. There we go.
Okay, clear now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Why on earth do we have a basic educational plan? When Mike asked me to speak about this, I thought it might be very boring. But when I took another look at it, I realized what I have to share with you is not only important for beginners, but also for people who have the gift of the gab and think they can stand up and speak to any audience. When I first joined a speaking club in 1983, when I was 40 years old, I thought it was going to be a cup of tea, very easy, because I always was a real chatterbox and I was not scared to get onto a stage and do anything. But what a humiliating experience when I joined a club and realized all the special details necessary to really connect to an audience. The basic educational plan of Agora provides the opportunity to learn all the finer details that is necessary to prepare and to produce a memorable speech. Now, our plan is divided into 2 workbooks with 8 projects each. Now, the first workbook consists of 4 groups. I can divide it into 4 groups. The first 2 projects, that of a report on timing or on grammar, topics that you like best, so things that you really like, and who am I? In those three projects, the only reason why they are there is to break the ice and to make you conquer your fear of public speaking and getting up in front of an audience. As soon as you have been able to stand up, you can talk about the first speech that you ever make is who am I, and introduce yourself to your audience. Tell them what you want them to know and leave out what you don't want them to know. And by now, when you've lost your fear, you can really start with the building blocks. The next two projects are the building blocks of all speeches, whenever you do it in your life. If they do not have those two building blocks, your speech is not very successful. Speech number 4, project number 4, the speech structure means just like an architect must plan a house before a house can be built, you cannot prepare or build a speech or even give a speech before you have planned the structure. And the structure for a speech will be important for any speech you have any time in your life. And the next building block is that of the message of the speech. Project number 5. If a speech do not have a message, it is actually almost worthless. And that makes a speech valuable and makes it memorable. Then we come to the third group in the first workbook, which provide you with the tools that is necessary to enhance your speech. We all have a voice, but how you use your voice is extremely important. You must know if your voice has got enough at the correct pitch. If you're not speaking at too high a pitch or too low a pitch, you must also know if your voice is loud enough for an audience to hear you. But if you use your voice correctly and use pauses and learn how you can manipulate your voice to cause atmosphere, you get an emotional connection with your audience. The next tool is that of body language. We all have a body to use, but body language doesn't mean to run around on the stage. Even if you stand still, you have a face, you have eyes that you can connect to people with. And the rest of your body, you can use your hands to make the audience understand that you are enthusiastic and really serious about your topic. When you have now the plan, the building blocks, and you have the tools to enhance your speech, you get the opportunity in the 8th project to use those tools in a proper way. You are asked to go and research a topic. Now, nowadays it's very easy. You don't have to go and read a book like we had to do in the past. You can just ask Mr. Google. And with the help of AI, it will produce you with any knowledge that you want to know about any subject. But you may have all the information now to produce a speech. But it's very important that you now use the tools of planning. How to put all that knowledge into the right structure and how to find a message amongst all that new knowledge to make it a valuable speech. And when you can really do this, you have finished your first part of your basic program. And you now have the building blocks and the tools to go further on. Now, the second workbook actually provides you an opportunity to find all the different things that you can use to make a speech more interesting, or also to decide what kind of speech you are doing. But the very first one, number 9, is very important to know always, whenever you are asked to do a speech, and that is to know your audience. If you don't know your audience, you don't know what you have to speak about. You must at least know their age. You must know what kind of people you are talking to. In a club, it's easy. You get to know your club members very quickly. But when you ever speak to another audience that you do not know, you have to research and find out what kind of audience you have to speak to make your speech fit that specific audience. After number 9, number 10 is called speech development, where you have to use rhetorical devices. Now, that is a kind of device that many politicians use very often to make a message stick or to make people aware of a specific idea. And for that, you can use repetitive sounds. You could use words, just one word to start every sentence. You could use extreme exaggeration or contrasting ideas to make that, to use that to make any idea that you want to do stick. And the next project, number 11, is using presentation software. Now, we've seen it every time in any conference, in any meeting that we have. People are more and more using PowerPoint. Now, PowerPoint is a tool that can be used by all of us, but it can also damage your whole speech. It is not meant for you to put your whole speech on PowerPoint. And because the moment that you give too much information, people do not listen to you anymore. They try to read what you've put on the screen as fast as they can, or even write it down. And nobody listens to you. So that project is there so that you can learn how to use presentations like PowerPoint in the best possible way. Now, after presentation software, you have to use inconvenient allies, the microphone. Have you ever noticed how few people can use a microphone? Now, if a microphone is attached to the lectern, it's easier, but there are still rules to follow. Your mouth must always be a certain distance from the microphone, and it may never change. Otherwise, your whole speech will collapse. And if you have to hold that microphone, it must become almost part of your body so that you never move your mouth away from that microphone. You still have your other hand to make body language possible. But it becomes very important if you're stuck to a microphone is to use your facial expression and your eyes to connect to the audience. Because in that way, you will actually learn more about facial expression. The last 4 projects, number 30 to 15, test and demonstrate your personal skills. The first one, using humor, is a difficult one for many people. Using humor does not mean that you have to tell a lot of jokes, because that becomes boring and is actually not acceptable. Many comedians used to make fun or to humiliate people's disabilities. That is also not humor. It is very difficult to find humor by laughing at other people. The best way to produce humor is to laugh at yourself or describe situations where you yourself was in a position where other people could laugh at you. So laughing at yourself is the best recipe if you want to learn how to use humor. Or when you describe situations, humorous situations that happen to you, you can also get the audience to think of similar incidences that the same thing could happen to them, and that makes people laugh. We can also, in the 14th project, use personal stories to really stress a point. But those stories must be short, it must be interesting, it must be true. And it also, the most important thing is, it must connect to the message that you want to portray. If that, it doesn't answer to those, you actually don't have a story to tell. If you come to the second last speech, using emotion, that is a tough one, because you cannot express the emotion yourself. You cannot cry in front of the audience. You cannot laugh at yourself. You have to evoke emotion in the audience. It can be sympathy, it can be anger, it can be disgust, or happiness, or laughter. As long as you can evoke emotion in your audience, you have succeeded. And you've come to the very last project in your basic educational plan, and that is stage presence. What is stage presence? That is the natural ability to capture, to command, and to hold the attention of your whole audience right through your speech. They must look at you and they must listen to you from the first word to the last word. So you must keep their interest forever. And you must, for that, you need action and vocal power. And if you succeed in that, you can pat yourself and say, I now know all the basic things that I can use to connect to an audience and to make my speech memorable. And you can now embark on more advanced manuals and learn to become a professional public speaker. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Hannah, for that valuable insight into how Agora builds speakers from the ground up. Well, Aisha, I think it's already time for our first keynote speakers of the evening, aren't it?
Yes, it is now our first keynote speaker, the time. So, Raghunath Patjo Murthy has brought 35 years plus of life insurance leadership across Asia Pacific. He is the founder and chief rainmaker at Maker. He builds AI-driven business platforms and has held multiple C-suite across 4 countries. A Harvard Kennedy School trained leader, speaker, and former Malaysian national cricketer. If you ask about his philosophy, it is after the rain, everything grows. Please welcome the founder and chief rainmaker of AI and Uragunath, Pak Joe Murthy.
Oh, hello, hello. Just to confirm, is Pak Joe in the room with us?
I think he's not available at this moment, maybe.
All right. Okay. In that case, I believe that we can move on to maybe the next agenda for now until we wait for Pak Joe's appearance later on. All right. Hello, Mike.
Trisha, can you ask Dunstan if he is available to speak now? He is the second keynote this evening, so he could maybe can come in first.
All right.
I'm not sure if
Absolutely.
he's
Is he here?
Do we have Dunstan in the building?
Dunstan lawyer. I don't think there's any Dunstan lawyer here. I just see
We have
Dunstan Chan.
Dunstan Chan. Yes, we do.
Oh, that's the same person.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. In that case, to Mr. Dunstan Chan.
Okay. So welcome to our next speaker who brings a distinguished legal and literary perspective to the world of public speaking. Please welcome UK Queen's Counsel, writer and accomplished public speaker, Dunstan Lawyer, presenting the value of public speaking in 2026. Stage is yours.
It seems like our keynote speakers might have dozed off to sleep here.
Oh my God.
All right, before we confirm with the speakers and keynote speakers if they are here, perhaps we can just move on to the next item, which I believe is Amazing Indonesia. We have yet another presentation that I
Trisha, I
believe
think
is
it's
going to be
just
pre-recorded.
sorry, I think it's just technical difficulties because of the internet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
That could be.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think it's about time that we ask everyone here. We still have 170 people that is present here with us. How are you guys? Let's make some noise if you are still here with us.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
I'm still
Hi.
here.
so good to see you guys.
All right. I think that sometimes we always think of marathons as running or perhaps going through milestones, but in here in AgoraCon, our milestones and our marathons is sitting down to listen to many, many educational speeches that you are going to sleep on, but trust me, by tomorrow you will
Okay, can you
become
hear
a
me?
much more improved and better person.
We can
Oh,
see
here
Yes,
we
we
go.
can.
We have
We
Talking at
can
the
hear
Chan.
moment.
Okay.
you.
Aisha is speaking.
All right. In
Okay.
that case, I think we should do an official introduction for Dustin Chan once again. Aisha, would you like to take over?
Yes. So, Dunstan Chan, our speaker today, is a distinguished legal and literary perspective to the world of public speaking. He is a UK Queen's Counsel, writer, and accomplished public speaker. Dunstan Chan, presenting the value of public speaking in 2026. Stage is yours.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Says sign. Use your sign. Hand sign. Can you hear me now? Hello, Aisha.
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay. All right. Thank you. And my name is Dunstan Chan. Thank you for your introduction. By the way, you introduced me. I'm not a Queen's Counsel. The Queen's Counsel is a very senior lawyer in England. I'm not that senior. I mean, you have to be in practice for 40, 50 years or
One
something
day.
like that. Yeah, never mind. I don't intend to be a Queen's Counsel. All right. Now, the topic I want to talk about, obviously, is public speaking and communication skills. You can hear me well, all right? Okay?
Yes.
And can I have the audience view? I cannot see. See, I only see my own myself.
Dunstan, you go to the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right at the right-hand side. There's a icon. You can click gallery view.
Yeah, there isn't any.
No, you go to the top right-hand of your screen. Do you
Yes,
see the icon?
No, I don't.
You click on the rightmost icon, top of your screen, computer screen.
It doesn't.
There's a drop-down menu.
There isn't any. Never mind. I'll just do it blind, all right? Because usually the one at the top shows the audience of my face, all right? But this one, it doesn't seem to do so. Never mind, you can hear me, all right? You can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud
Yes,
and
we
clear.
can hear you.
Yeah, I need some sort of a feedback. That's the problem. I'm speaking blind here.
It's okay.
And
Take your time.
all right. Public speaking, communication skills, that's what we're talking about. And I think in the program, somebody put down there, I'm supposed to talk about the importance of public speaking, right? Well, the fact that in this conference and today and next week, there'll be a lot of people talking about the importance of public speaking and of communication skills. So I would not want to belabor that particular point, but I don't want to relate it to myself. Now, I found out, I have discovered and come to realize the importance of public speaking and communication skills long time ago, about 50 years ago. Why do I say that? 50 years ago, I was called to the bar, that's when, not the drinking bar, the legal bar in England. So I became a lawyer. Now, a lawyer earns his living by speaking. It's simple as that, right? And so I've learned the importance of public speakings. And that is 1976, I think. That's a long time ago, 50 years, isn't it? And therefore, my own experience has been that Wait a minute, there seems to be something weird going on here. Can you excuse me a minute? I'm just trying to sort something's coming into my computer. Okay, now, therefore, as a lawyer, I mean, we earn our living by speaking, simple as that. And therefore, I learned very, very early on the importance of being able to articulate yourself, to express yourself verbally. And the other reasons why the other experiences I had, which have a lot of experiences, I've worked for about 40, 50 years, working with different voluntary organizations. Voluntary organization, I think in Malaysia, where I'm in, we call it the NGO, non-governmental organization. I think throughout the world, we call it similar name, NGO or CSO or whatever. And these are basically working with people. And your ability to speak and communicate is very, very important. And I learned this. I was in the 80s, I was in I used to live in England. So I was with this North London Chinese Association. So I was very involved with them. And then when I come back here to Malaysia, I've been involved with about 4 or 5 NGOs. These are big NGOs. Some of them are national NGOs. This is where I realized from my own experience the importance to be able to express yourself clearly and to communicate effectively with your peers, with your supporters. Last week, I just came back a couple of days from Hong Kong. I was in Hong Kong last week, and it reminded me of a kind of experience I had in Hong Kong about 10, 20 years ago, I think, which is interesting. Now, some of you who have been in Hong Kong kind of 2 parts, basically the Kowloon side, you see, which is on the mainland, and then you go to Hong Kong side. Now, on Kowloon side, there is a very big street by the name of Nathan Road. Nathan Road is the busiest street in Hong Kong, and in fact, in the world, I think. Very, very busy. Right? And you get double-decker bus going in. You get what they call this, trams, trams running on rail, and then you get cars. You get thousands and thousands of people walking up and down and talking to each other quite loudly. We Asians do speak quite loudly, especially in Hong Kong on the street. So you get people talking, and then some of them are on the phone. So it's very, very noisy. So Hong Kong Nathan Street is basically what we call it. It's a din, they call it D-I-N, din. It is what we call cacophony of sound, of noise. Right? And I was walking down the street with a friend of mine, his name is Bernard. And I was walking, and there was all this noise. And then suddenly he said, stop, stop, stop. I said, why? Why stop? Listen, he said. I said, look, Bernard, we are in Nathan Street, the busiest street in Hong Kong, and people are talking on the phone, talking to each other. There are cars zooming around the double-decker bus, and this basically is just noise. And you ask me to listen? What do I have to listen to? He said, listen. And then I was totally confused. Then he saw a bush by the roadside. And he dived into the bush and he parted the branches. And there we saw a little creature, a cricket, we call it, a cricket. And he was chirping away, pee, 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 cricket, cricket, like this. I said, wow, you can hear this little chirping sound of a cricket in this kind of a sea of noise. He said, yeah. You know why? I can hear them. I can hear this sound because I have interest in cricket. Now, among the Chinese in Hong Kong, they have this hobby. They rear cricket and then they fight them. Huh? You see, I can hear them. Then he looked at me, Danson. He said, you can hear something only if you have interest in it. Your interest will override all the impediments in the world from your particular interest. And then I realized that because I've been asked to talk about the importance of public speaking, I realized that we all know public speaking is important. But the key is not so much knowing. The key is doing. That means how do we become good speaker? How do we become a good communicator? So the first criteria, the first lessons we need from from my experience in Hong Kong is that you can only be a good speaker or a good communicator if you have interest in public speaking. You have no interest, no matter what you say, you won't be. So if you have interest, you can overcome all the noises in the world. So that is the first lesson I learned, that we must have interest. So when we talk about we all know the importance of public speaking. But how do we become a good speaker? How do we become a good communicator? Firstly, we must have interest in this particular subject. And the question is this: how do you become a good speaker? Is based basically on you join an organizations which give you the opportunity to speak. Because to be a good speaker, people used to ask me, how do you become a good speaker? I'm also a writer. People used to say, oh, I want to be a writer. How do you become a good writer? I think very simple. You want to be a speaker or you want to be a writer? You want to be a speaker, speak. You want to be a writer, write. So in our case, we want to be good speakers, speak. And this is why organization like Agora comes out. It gives us the opportunity to speak. That means I've attended quite a number of Agora meetings around the world. Some people never speak. They just go there and listen, which is okay. But I think to get the full benefit of this organization is they give you the opportunity to speak. And so the first principle I will put in is that how to be a good in anything is learning by doing. You can write 1,000 books on public speaking, but if you don't take the opportunity to speak, you will not improve. So the first thing our organization, Agora, has given us is that we must be able to take the opportunity which is offered to us every 2 weeks or every week, depends on how often speak. To speak is only by speaking. That's been learning by doing. It's only learning by doing that you become good. For example, we have Aisha, who is our MC of the evening. She can become better by actually take the opportunity to go out there and be the MC. So that is the first thing we learn. I used to be with an organization which is similar to Agora. I won't mention the name. I was with them for about 40 years. And that organization was formed 100 years ago, was based on this principle. You learn by doing. The whole objective of that organization, which is now Agora's objective, is to offer our members the opportunity to speak. It's only by speaking that you become a better speaker. Now, the point is this: to speak, that's mean to be actively involved in your club. You must have a speech. Otherwise, you don't know what to say. You have the speech. I use the term script. You must have the script. So you must learn how. So how do you get a script? That's been the ideas. Of course, you should read it actively and you should observe live. You can learn from friends. All right. And then you put this together into a script, which you can deliver in your club, which you can deliver in the what they call this, the Agora Club. I don't know where you are, but wherever it is, you have to do that. I joined an Agora club in this part of the world, and I noticed, right, that though there are quite a number of us, the number of the people who speak has always been the same people. That kind of missed the point of this organization. This organization, which Agora has, is not a platform for good speaker to speak only. This organization exists to give the people who wants to be good speaker the opportunity to speak. This is very important. So I urge all of you in this conference, don't just attend conferences, don't just attend talk and things. Sign up to speak every 2 weeks, if you read every 2 weeks. And this is concept we call learning by doing. Learning by doing. I used to be a very keen tennis player. I mean, I played. Sometimes I even employ a coach to teach me tennis. And the coach, of course, will give you the theory of how to do it. So, for example, the coach said, you want to hit a good forehand like Federer or Djokovic or what's his name, Carlos, what's his name now? Then Skinner and the others. You have to know the theory of how to do the stroke. So he said, give an example. I'll give you an example, he said. You want to hit a forehand in tennis. Firstly, you must line your shoulder, assuming you're a right-hander, with the incoming ball. And then you bring your right hand where you hold the racket back. So this is called lining up, pull back your racket. Then you hit the ball, must be in front of you, right? So that you go ahead instead of fly to the side. And then after you hit the ball, you must follow through like this, right? So he said, that is the theory. So I said, yeah. But he said, it's not enough for you to know the theory. Now go and practice 100 times. Go and practice 1,000 times. These champions that you see on TV, they are so good. But they've been hitting this for 10,000 times. So he said it's the same in public speaking. You can read about all the books. You can listen to your, what we call in our part, what we call guru, that's been the masters, right? About the theory. But you got to learn it, right? So that is the most important thing is we must be able to actively carry out the task. I'll give you some quite amusing stories, which happened about 15 years ago, I think, in the Philippines. You can write a script, right? Oh, wait a minute, let me go back. So to be able to speak, you must have a speech. I call it script. You must have a script, right? So you choose the topic, and then you have to write. You have to prepare the outline of your speech so that you can speak. No, I was brought up a Christian, so sometimes I make jokes. It doesn't mean to be rude and irreverent, but it's just an example. You know, the Christians, we are anchored by this thing called the Ten Commandments. Apparently, God spoke to Moses a few thousand years ago, and he said, Moses, you come up to the mountain, I have to give you these rules, the rules of how to conduct your life, right? And Moses went up, and the whole village, the whole community knew that he heard the voice of God. And so Moses ascended the mountain alone. God says, must be alone. The rest of the community was at the bottom of the mountain waiting to see what is God going to tell him. So Moses went up there. After 3 long days, only after 3 long days, he came down. So when he came down, the villagers were saying, yeah, Moses, what did God tell you? Huh? God tell you what God supposed to give you the rules. And then Moses said, okay, God has given me this set of rules. We call it the 10 Commandments. And it's so long that I have to carve it into stones. We call it tablet, the stone tablet, so that I remember. Just like now, I have a note beside me here. I've written down the outline. So said, I've carved it in so that I can remember. So said the villager, yeah, what is it? So Master said, okay, first you must acknowledge there is a God, right? And then he went on to talk about the next thing, you must honor the God. You should not have any false God. You must do the Sabbath there, all that kind of thing. And then the villagers was getting a bit impatient. What about the rest? He said, yeah, there are a lot other. You must not steal, you must not kill. He said, look, the people said, Moses, don't give us all the 10 commandments because we cannot remember. Just tell us the key ones. Now, this is something even though it's a joke, I'm telling you, as a public speaker, we have to acknowledge that the attention span of your audience is limited. I can stand here and speak for 3 hours. Most of you go off and make your coffee and do something else. The attention to all us is limited, all right? So someone said, look, Moses, just give us the key. Now, if you are a public speaker, if you've been trained in Agora, and you happen to be in the role of Moses, what would you do? Would you go through commandment number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, up to 10? Halfway through, people already got bored and they walk away. But if you want to do your script, you have to be able to synthesize the ideas into key points. I use the term called, what do you call it? Chunking, like chunk, chunking like this. Now, of the famous 10 commandments of the Christian faith, there are 10. How do we chunk them? In fact, if you think about it, it's very simple. Moses came down from the mountain with 2 key commandments, 2 key. One, right, is that you have to believe in God and you have to do your duties to show respect and worship God. That's commandment number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. What's the rest? In this world, the other people, other creatures, other human beings created by God, these are your neighbors. So the second part of the 10 Commandments basically means love thy neighbors. That's all. That whole 10 Commandments consists of 2 things. One is worship God with all the related things. That's 1 to 4. You go back and go and check your 10 Commandments later on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is about your behavior and interaction with your fellow human being. So what I'm saying is the whole 10 Commandments, if you chunk it like this, you have 2 key areas to talk about. So when we're writing the speech, it's the same. Don't just drone on and on, just have the key ideas, right? So my key idea is to make a speech, you must have a script. You don't just simply jump up and speak. You must have a script. The script involves reading, involves observing, and most important, the script has to be organized. And this is not a workshop on speech writing. I run a speech workshop on speech writing. It takes a whole day. So I hope your club will run educational program about speech writing. How do you get an idea and break it in and make it into a speech and then do the different sections like this? And you can do that only in a workshop where you have time to develop like this. So that's the first thing. So you must have a script. Now, is script enough? No. Just now, when I logged on, I just heard the last end of the tail end of Heta's point about stage presence and all this kind of thing. Yes. Now let me tell you a funny story. It's not a funny story, it's a real story. It's the real event. I think it was 15 years ago. People are crazy about this singing called karaoke, right? Sing, things like that. Everybody wants to go and sing. And I read a news item in Manila. My other half of my family is from Philippines, so I know quite. In Manila, is a singer, right, was singing karaoke, and he sings so badly that the audience laughed at him. And he got angry, and he took out the gun. In Philippines, we do carry guns. He took the gun and shot, and he kills somebody. But the same week, another thing happened in another city called Cebu City. Similar thing, but the opposite. This guy who was singing on stage was so bad, out of tune and all this kind of thing that somebody got very angry and attacked him and knifed him. So why am I telling you this? Actually, by the way, the song they sang was, at that time, it was very popular. I think it's still popular. A song by Frank Sinatra called My Way. Right? Almost everybody who goes out on the karaoke, if they can get any of the mic, they'll be singing the song I did it my way, that kind of thing. Now, the point is, this is a song. There's a certain part of the song in the rising chord, waiting I, and then they tend to lose their voice, and that's where people laugh at them, right? So what I'm saying is this: that song "My Way" was actually incidentally was written by Neil Sedaka. It's a very good song, very good tune, and very meaningful. So just like you can have a script, you may have written a speech, which is fantastic, got opening, middle, conclusion, all that kind of thing. But it has to be delivered.
Thank you, dear.
So as those singers in Philippines found out that you can sing the best song in the world, but if you cannot deliver, you can get into disaster. I mean, as I said just now, Heta was saying that you need to have stage patient, you have to voice, you have patient, you have to have voice and all this kind of thing, yes. So the two parts of public speaking. Have a good speech, organize a speech well, right? And you must be able to deliver it. You must be able to sing it. And this is to do with your voice, your body language, your stage presence, eye contact, and all that kind of thing. And I really hope when you, after this conference, your club will organize your own training in speech writing, in speech delivery. It's only through learning and doing that you can improve as a speaker. Now, let me see. The other thing which I found, because I have been in the public speaking organization for at least 40 years, is very important, is what we call in the other organization called speech evaluation. Meaning you need people to give back to you, feedback, to comment on your speech. But this speech evaluation is very different from the normal evaluation we give, the critique we give in the world. It is given by your club members, and these are your friends. So that's why we use the concept called Agora, or whatever it is, the other organization we call. It is an organization where friends helping friends. So your friend listen to your speech is not perfect, right? It's not perfect. None of us can give a perfect speech, but they need to be able to give you feedback how you can improve. Not as a critique saying, oh, this is bad, this is not good. No, you give feedback to help that person to improve, not to shame them, right? So you could do the speech, you should have your friends in your club to give you back the honest, sincere evaluation and feedback. So these things goes in tandem. First, you must have the courage to do the speech. Then you must have the courage to accept not criticism, but evaluation from your friend. And then you go on to do more, right? So the key I want to emphasize, I've always been emphasizing this for many, many years. This is an organization where friends helping friends. This is not an organization where you are a very good speaker, somebody is not so good, and you they speak and you get feedback to show that you are better than. No. We don't say that. We try to smooth their fear and then tell them how they can become better. So I really hope that if your club can take this point seriously, and organize training program, right? Like speech writing program, speech voice, how to use your voice, how to use body language, and all that kind of outside the normal club meeting. The club meeting is meant for you to seize the opportunity to speak. The other one is the workshop, we call it training program. If you do that, right, consistently, and you will find that you have improved. So I make it very, very short. My speech is very simple. We all know public speaking is important. We all know that, right? And I know that from my own experience as a lawyer, and I also used to own a publishing consultancy, and I'm also a writer. So I feel that to be this, I just have to do it. To be a writer, you have to write. To be a speaker, you have to speak. So the first task for you as a member is to take the opportunity offered by your club to speak. Secondly, we are among friends. Agoran members, they are friends. So we use the concept of friends helping friends. When we first deliver, it's not perfect. Nobody can give a perfect speech, right? But so your friends has to help you, to suggest to you how you can become better. So we operate in the atmosphere of friendship, and that is the other one. So above all, I feel that it is not enough to say that you are a member of a club. You have to be active member. An active member minimum is that you have to seize the opportunity offered by your club to speak. So remember, public speaking is important. Very important. I am myself from my own career. I know how important that's been. In the last 40 years, I've been the head of many NGOs at a national level. And primarily because I can express my ideas clearly to my fellow members. That is very important. And the second thing is that we are given the opportunity to speak. It is not easy to get the opportunity to speak, you know that. It is a privilege. So seize this opportunity. And thirdly, if you are active in your club, help your club to organize training program. We call them training workshop. How to use your voice, how to use body language, how to write your speech. These are the training program which we do outside the club because it takes longer, right? And usually it takes about, I run usually this kind of workshop is about 1 day or half day, right? Things like that. So with that, and of course, you attend conferences like this, you listen to senior speakers who can share with you their experience and their wisdom, hopefully, and so that you can go on. I end with this. I wish you all the best in life. And I know from my own experience, public speaking, communication skill is very, very important. Very, very important. Seize the opportunity offered by your club and seize the opportunity to take leadership position in your club so that you can do programs of your club for your members. With that, I would hand back to Aisha. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye.
All right, thank you very much, Dunson, for reminding us just how vital our craft remains. Well, Trisha, what do you think?
Oh boy, it seems like I think we have learned so many things about how it's very important to keep the attention of our audience through speeches and what we are delivering. And I think Dunstan just highlights it so many facts about that, which is why I would also like to grab your attention to another small cultural detail that we have here in Indonesia before our next presentation. Now, in Indonesia, the number of regional languages is estimated to be in the hundreds, while Bahasa Indonesia serves as the national language. That linguistic diversity is one of the many things that makes Indonesia very, very rich.
Well, I agree a lot with you, Trisha. Now, one more journey through Indonesia heritage before we close tonight. Please welcome a graduate of Achiever Agora Youth Club Jakarta, Ramiza Kuntadi, presenting Javanese Royal Batiks. And the time is yours.
Imagine a piece of cloth so powerful that wearing it without permission was an act of defiance against a king. Not a metaphor, a real rule, enforced for centuries inside the royal courts of central Java. That piece of cloth exists. It is called the Forbidden Batik. It is one of Indonesian cultures, and in this speech, I want to tell you how a piece of fabric earned that kind of power. And after last month making a film documentary about it, it changes the way I see history itself. My name is Ramiza Kuntadi, and I'm a film student. And I want to take you guys to the journey of me making this documentary. It started as a simple assignment. Travel to Yogyakarta and Surakarta. It's a city in the island of Java. I was there to film the royal batik traditions. I thought I was going to document art. I ended up documenting a philosophy. A philosophy that an entire society had agreed to stitch into cloth instead of writing down in books. Okay, let's start at the beginning. So, almost 3 centuries ago, the island of Java was home to one of the greatest kingdoms in its history. It is called the Mataram Sultanate. It's not just a political power. It's a center of art, traditions, music, literature, architecture. I mean, like, about culture. But unfortunately, the Mataram Sultanate broke. In 1755, the Treaty of Gianti split Mataram into 2 royal houses, the Kasunanan Surakarta and the Kasultanan Yogyakarta. And 2 years later, in 1757, it broke again. A new royal house emerged. It is called the Puro Mangkunegaran. And in 1813, under British rule, another one emerged again. It is called the Puro Pakualaman. So basically, one kingdom, 4 royal houses. At first, it sounded like a story about fragmentation, a political failure, a family torn apart. But here's the twist. It became the opposite. Each palace, forced to define itself apart from each other, developed its own artistic identity, its own colors, its own philosophy. Division didn't destroy culture, it multiplied it. And in this case, we can see it in batik. For your information, what happened at the Treaty of Gianti didn't create batik. It divided an inheritance that was already hundreds of years old. Let's get back to batik. Most people hear batik and picture a beautiful fabric, a souvenir, a shirt. But inside the royal courts, batik was never just a decoration. Every motif was a sentence, every line has a meaning, and every color told a part of a story about ethics, leaderships, status, and spirituality. I mean, nothing was designed simply because it looked nice, because beauty always arrived with a message attached. Which brings us back to the forbidden cloth. The forbidden cloth, other known as batik larangan, were sacred motifs reserved exclusively for the royal family. Ordinary people were not permitted to wear them. In that world, your clothing didn't just express your taste. It announced your position, your duties, your relationship to the palace. Restrictions like that weren't about fashion at all. They were about respect, for authority, for tradition, and for shared values. I have two motives that stayed with me more than any others. The first motive is motif parang. It's like a diagonal knife-like pattern. It symbolizes strength, courage, and the constant struggle to improve yourself. Its message to a leader is blunt. Real power requires discipline first. So beneath the cloth, there's a story to tell. And the most memorable second motive, in my opinion, is kawong. So kawong is another motive, it's modeled like cross-section of a sugar palm fruit, but it symbolizes like purity, balance, and self-control. Its message is just as strong as parang. It's as blunt as parang, but it has a different message. The message is, a good leader is fair before he is powerful. So each motive have different meaning. I mean, like, strip away the wax and the dye, and what you're left with is basically a leadership manual you could wear on your body. To see this for myself, I followed the same map the kingdom once split along. I began in Yogyakarta. I start in Jogja, at the Kesultanan Yogyakarta. I was walking through the palace, and I realized batik was never separated from music, dance, architecture, or ceremony. Everything is connected. One culture expressed through 5 senses at once. Then after that, I visited Pura Pakualaman. It's still in Yogyakarta, where I interviewed a palace representative. One sentence from that conversation when I was interviewing her has stayed with me since. Royal batik is not merely inherited, it is continuously cared for. Because tradition doesn't survive on its own. It survives because generation after generation, someone has actively chooses to keep it alive. And after Pura Pakualaman, I then traveled to Surakarta, where I visit the Kasunan Surakarta and Puro Mangkunegaran. Same historical route, different expressions, different colors, different styles. Like 4 palaces, 1 route, 4 distinct voices, but all speaking the same mother tongue. And in Solo, after visiting the royal houses, I had the chance to visit a museum there about batik, a batik museum. It is called Batik Danar Hadi Museum. It is in Solo, in Surakarta. I sat down there with the curator. I was interviewing her, and she told me something that reframed the entire trip. Like, she told me most visitors admire batik for its craftsmanship, but very few understand the stories behind the motifs. And without the story, she said, you only get half the beauty. Think of it like walking through an art gallery where every painting has a story behind it, but nobody read the captions, right? Then I visited Kampung Batik Kauman, a historic community where artisans still work entirely by hand. I mean, when I was visiting Kampung Batik Kauman, like watching it happen is almost meditative. Hot wax flows through a small copper tool called chanting. Every line demands patience. There are no shortcuts, and one mistakes making the batik can't easily be undone. I mean, making batik, making a masterpiece can take weeks, sometimes months to finish. In a world obsessed with everything instant, batik teaches something we have mostly forgotten. Some things are valuable precisely because they can't be rushed. and the world eventually took notice too. On October the 2nd, 2009, UNESCO inscribed Indonesian batik on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, not just the fabric, but the knowledge, the craftsmanship, and the symbolism behind it. That's why every 2nd of October, Indonesia now celebrates National Batik Day. But recognition was never the finish line. It was the start of a bigger responsibility. Preservation, education, making sure the next generation understand not just how batik is made, but why it matters. Today, batik walks international runways. Diplomats wear it in official meetings, designers reinterpret it, collectors treasure it. But I don't think the fabric is batik's greatest export. I think it's the philosophy underneath it. Because the philosophy like balance, humility, perseverance, respect, leadership with integrity. Those values don't need translation. I mean, that's why Royal Batik speaks to people who's never set foot in Java. So let's return where we began. A piece of cloth so powerful that wearing it without permission was an act of defiance against a king. Now you know why. Because woven inside every forbidden motif was a set of values an entire society had agreed to protect. History is often written on paper, but in Java, it's also written on cloth. And every generation has to decide whether that sentence keeps being written or whether it quietly stops with us. When I began this documentary, I thought I was recording history. Instead, history changed me. Because culture doesn't survive because it's old. It survives because someone, somewhere, keeps choosing to tell its story. My name is Ramiza Kuntadi, and thank you for listening to my speech.
All right, let's give a round of applause to Ramiza. Thank you very much, Ramiza.
Speech.
Yes, it's a great speech. I do agree with you that batik is the one of the most beautiful form of art in the whole world. In fact, I'm wearing one right now.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let's move on. I think this is the most exciting part, aren't it, Aisha?
Yes. And now, the moment our contestants have been waiting for all evening, please welcome Fred Jones to announce the results of
Hang on just a
tonight's
minute.
speech
Hang on.
contest.
I'd just like to have a word before we move on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The picture that's up there is about 2017.
Ooh.
It was a long time ago in the Mercantile Athletic Club. This is the precursor, the beginnings of Achievers Agora Speakers Club. And in this picture, you will see in front of me a big lad. He was a 9-year-old.
9-year-old?
Ramirza.
Oh!
That is Ramirza when he first started learning to speak in public. And the other person of note in this photo is the lady in pale blue holding the Oscar. She was also winning everything in sight in those days. So that is Patricia.
I do wonder who that is.
Well, the hair's just similar.
I wonder who that is for sure.
That's not you. That's obviously not Trisha.
That is just a doppelganger of me, guys.
Anyway, it just shows you how far somebody can move in 11 years. I mean, Ramirza's now 20. He was 20 a month ago. So he's a young 20-year-old. He will go far. Remember that name. Remember that name. He will be in all of the cinemas at some stage in your lifetime. Maybe not mine, but he's doing really well. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. This just happened by accident to pop out of memories on Facebook. And I thought, wow, I can't avoid showing that. Anyway, thank you so much, Ramirez. It was a great presentation. And you're such a improvement to what you were then. No, you were great then already. But it just shows how time
flies.
it changes. It does indeed. It flies. And look at Trisha. Can you imagine?
I cannot imagine at all, Mike.
You look so innocent there, so sweet.
She's still innocent.
Is that suggesting I'm not anymore then?
Well, I don't know about that, but I have got a different batik on, but it's the same batik, same style. So as you can tell, I wear batik a lot and have done for many, 20 years. Okay, anyway, let's move on to what Aisha was saying. Everybody's waiting. Everybody is waiting.
Yes, so it will be announced by Fred Jones. Time is yours. Where is he?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just want to, before I ask Chris Callahan, who is the chief judge, who is going to announce the winners, I just want to say the amount of work and time and effort that's been put into not only the convention, but also the speech contests. For example, many, many months ago, the contestants submitted their speeches by video, which were judged by a group of judges. Chris Callahan organized all that and did all the training. Today, we've had judges behind the scenes, which again, Chris has organized. And of course, Mike and his team have done a wonderful job of the first day with all the team members. An enormous amount of effort has been put in. I just want to acknowledge how much work and time has been put into what we've seen today. And a lot of things have happened behind the scenes, a lot of work. I just want to thank everyone to make sure that we're aware that what you've seen today is the result of a culmination of a lot of work behind the scenes, starting many, many months ago. So I'm going to ask Chris Callahan now to step forward and announce the winners of the contest. Chris, over to you, please.
We can see you, Chris. You are muted. You are muted, Chris.
Thank you. The host wouldn't allow me to unmute, which is very good, but a bit difficult when you're on this side. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to first of all announce the educational speech winners. I'm going to announce them in this way. First, the person who came third, then second, and then first. I can tell you it's like always a tight competition, and the person in third place was from a club in Indonesia. The club is the Tumas Karya Agora Youth Club of Indonesia. And the third place person is Zia Chalain with the World Energy Crisis in the Shadow of the United States. Well done, Z. Coming second in the educational speech category was also an Indonesian speaker from Agora Achievers Indonesia, and that was Niora Halima Varis with the title Rooted in Tradition. Well done, Niora. And in first place was a Romanian speaker from the club Agora Mania, and the speaker was Teodora Priscaru with the other nun team. Well done, Teodora. I think that the educational speeches went pretty well, as did the next category that we're going to give, which is the humorous speeches. And given in the same way, the humorous speech that came third was a Romanian speaker from Agora Mania Club, Rares Done. Is that correct, Rares? I hope so. And the speech title was A Serious Story, Almost. I can say that in this category of humorous, some of the speeches were extremely close and separated only by a part of a percent. So it was a tough category. Then coming second, Indonesian speaker, Adinda Sachiko Saaba. Achievers Youth Agora. And I must say, you certainly are not Chinese or Japanese. I can tell you, just as a sideline, when I started going out with my wife, when she was my girlfriend many years ago, 49 years ago, actually. No, sorry, that's when we got married. 54 years ago, everybody said she was Chinese, and she's not. So I understand the problem of people thinking you are something. Then, of course, you're all waiting to find out who came up first, and I had to wait a little bit before saying that the first speaker is from England, A1 speakers, and was Peter Ayers with the Signs of the 70s. So well done, all three contestants. I think you did a marvelous job, and thank you for hanging in there, because I know it's been a long process from when you first submitted to today. I think that you've done very well. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for joining us. And Mr. Fred Jones, I hand back to you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for all your time and effort in organizing all the contests and all the judges. So with that, I hand it back to the master of ceremonies. So over to you. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Fred. Are we not going to have a picture with the winners in that case? All right, we'll have the pictures later in that case. Okay, so with that, we would like to congratulate all of the winners who have done a marvelous job in delivering their speeches and preparing all the way until the conference. Your preparation, courage, and the wonderful effort that you've made is what makes this celebration unforgettable.
Oh, I do agree with you, Trisha. So congratulations to all our winner. And now to bring our 10th anniversary of AgoraCon Day 1 to a close, please welcome back the founder of Agora Speakers International himself, Alexander Histro, for the closing address. I will say the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Gracios. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us together for all the time. I want to congratulate especially the organizers of the committee, everyone that worked behind the scenes for making this fantastic, great day with a huge attendance. I think we beat all our records here. And I don't want to hold anyone back, anymore. So hoping to see you next Sunday. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alexander, for the considerate closing words. And
to all our educational and humorous speech contestants, thank you for stepping forward, preparing your speeches, and sharing your voices with an international audience. Whether or not you received an award tonight, your contribution and the courage and the energy that you delivered is what made this conference all the more special.
Yeah, I agree with all of you. To our contest chair, Ban Peng, our contest official, evaluator, hot topic master, speakers, presenter, and everyone who supported this program. Thank you for the professionalism and the care you brought to every segment.
Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to Alexander Histrolf and the Agora Speakers International community for 10 years of vision, service, and connection. To the ambassadors, past members, current members, and clubs around the world, and to Team Indonesia for carrying the AgoraCon baton with such warmth.
Not to forget thanking the chairman of the organizing committee, AgoraCon 2026, Mike Nicholson.
Our mentor, the one and only, the immortal Mike, everyone.
Yes.
All right. And
everyone.
also, thank you for our keynote speaker, Dunstan Lawyer, although perhaps we might have been a little mistaken with which part of whether you are in Queen's Council or not. Your
My
knowledge.
fault. That's my fault. Somebody told me that years ago, and I filed it away in my memory, and it was wrong.
Oh, no problem. You know what? Well, it's a big name for lawyers, but it's okay. Well, we might be manifesting for Dunstan to be there, or if you don't want to, manifest for someone else. Well, your knowledge and the things that you shared has challenged us to think more deeply about the value of public speaking.
Yes, and
I think Gracielle has run out of voice.
every person's behind the scenes. This evening could not have happened without every single one of you.
Absolutely right.
Finally, thank you to everyone watching from home. Your presence is what turns an online event into a global gathering. We hope you leave tonight inspired to speak with greater courage, listen with greater generosity, and stay connected to this remarkable community.
With that, on
SMC
behalf of Team Indonesia,
Team Indonesia, thank you
you
for all for
all.
being part of this extraordinary night. Since 10 years ago of Agora, 7 years of AgoraCon, and one unforgettable evening together.
It's getting better
until we meet again.
Every year it gets
Zoom,
better.
Zoom photo.
This year we had 348 that I saw at 7:30 Jakarta time. So
that is quite crazy.
That's really good. So hopefully
360, Mike.
How many? 360.
I took a picture, yes.
Okay.
I posted it already.
So yeah, you got to be quick. I mean, I've got numbers every sort of 5, 10, 15 minutes. But yeah, it's fantastic. So that's really, really good. I mean, I was surprised, when we got to just under 300. I thought, wow, we're going to hit the ceiling any minute now. Kamal had already increased it to 500. He could read my mind. I was thinking about it. I think we're going to hit a large number this time. That was my feeling. And the challenge now, we have 1 week to increase that number.
Okay, next week, everyone.
Yeah, so I mean, if it gets nearer 500, we can still go up above that. But yeah, let's continue the good work. And I think everybody's had a training day this time. So I think everybody that participated, I think honestly could probably say they enjoyed it because it was hard work, but you learned something. And that's about Agora. Everything in Agora is learning. Yeah, we are really looking to improve ourselves and others around us. And I think we've done that by running this AgoraCon this weekend. And I say, I think it's really, really good. You learn so much. I'm still learning, I'm still learning. You never stop learning, honestly, you really don't. And when I saw that photo of Ramirza and Trisha, I mean, wow. I mean, that was quite emotional to see what has changed with those two in 11 years. Wow, it's so amazing. Yeah, amazing. But anyway, good luck. Thank you all for being
That's
here.
right.
So much for being the punch bags. We've pushed you around like crazy. It's been chaos, but that's the way it always goes. It shouldn't, but it does. I mean, 2023 was similar. Yeah, things always happen that shouldn't happen, and things that happened didn't happen, and yeah, it's always